4th and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-642-8855. That's 800-642-8855.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but super sure. Coming soon.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Nonverbal communication.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hump day?
Unbreakable bonds.
Look at us three. The three musketeers.
Genius.
Yeah.
Genius, and genius.
And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses. You guys excited about showering?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rock and roll. The most wonderful time of the year. And we're off and running a little early, at least according to my computer. I don't know. The clock in the studio says one thing. The computer says another thing.
Computer's slow.
The computer's slow.
The computer's.
I'm a little slow, so that's okay.
No, I ran over 2 segments yesterday looking at the computer clock.
All right.
So.
Good to know. Now I don't have any excuses. All right. So I won't welcome in 5 a.m. listeners. I'll welcome in 6 a.m. listeners. Good morning. Happy Christmas Eve to all of you out there. I'm not Mike Evans. I am Chad Andrus alongside John Davis. As the boys are taking a well-deserved day off today, a couple of days off. John and I will be in today and Friday. Alex Becker is behind the glass for the program this morning as we get up and running. And John, it really is. I'm not a Christmas song guy, but it really is the most wonderful time of the year because despite the Broncos with a disappointing loss on Sunday, despite the Nuggets giving a game away last night in Dallas, the Avalanche still won, and all three teams are, for the most part, really, really rolling through their respective seasons, even if it is frustrating from time to time like we saw Sunday or like we saw in Dallas last night.
Yeah, it can be. Right now, as regards to the Broncos and the Nuggets, I'm reminded of the Jay-Z song, It Was All Good a Week Ago. With the Broncos, that was really frustrating. The Nuggets last night, you and I talking off air, that's kind of been the thing this year. Every time we're ready to get high on them, there's a lull. It's not, they don't bottom out. I think more so with the Nuggets, it's waiting on that Cam Johnson news today more than anything. But yeah, Nuggets look really good Monday night, absolutely wax the Utah Jazz, then come out last night and lose a game they could have won, I think, pretty handily if they wanted to.
It was almost somewhat the opposite when they started 19-0 and 33-5 against Utah last night. Dallas just came out and blitzed them, and the Mavs were on a back-to-back too. So disappointing loss. The 11-game road win streak comes crashing down for the Nuggets last night to Cooper Flagg, a teenager. Worked him over last night, but you mentioned Cam Johnson. Goes down late in the fourth quarter. They're saying a knee sprain and believing it not to be incredibly serious at the moment, but we have to wait and see on that, what it looks like. And this is a team already down 2 starters with Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown yet to return. So we will get into the Nuggets throughout the course of the day. Avalanche win last night, 1-0 at home over the Mammoth. Utah grinded it out, tried to make it tough on Colorado, but they did find a way once again for a team that just does not lose. And the Broncos, we thought were that team until Trevor Lawrence and company came in here on Sunday. So we'll get into all of it today, as well as the preview of the Chiefs game tomorrow night. And quick public service announcement. We will be here on Christmas night, John and I, doing the fan football pregame. Also, Mike Rice preceding us tomorrow. So the 4-hour walk-up to kickoff at Arrowhead in Kansas City. Can we still call it Arrowhead? I know it's not the name of the stadium, but
yeah, it's not going to be a stadium at all.
We only got five more games there after this one. So we will be here, though. 4 hours leading up to kickoff on Christmas night. So you will have your normal game day routine with us, with Mike Rice for 2 and then John and I for 2 leading up to kickoff for that. And we'll also be previewing that today. So welcome to join in on the program today, especially you 6 a.m. listeners who are up and at it today on this Christmas Eve. on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We'll do a quick informal poll, Alex, and you can monitor this behind the glass. Thumbs up, thumbs down on Christmas music, and then we will decide on bumpers throughout the day on returns. I'm a thumbs down on Christmas music. I don't want to be a Grinch. I don't want to be a bah humbug. I can be all in on Christmas. I can like and support Christmas. I just don't want to hear the music. But if you guys want to hear it, we'll play some of it. We'll sprinkle it in because it is, again, the most wonderful time of the year. John, I don't see you striking me as a Christmas music guy.
I don't hate it, but I don't seek it out. Like it doesn't play. I don't put it. I hate the Mariah Carey song. I hate that.
You like Christmas in Hollis because you're a rap guy.
Yeah, there's an Eazy-E song that I can't say any of on the air.
He has a Christmas song?
Yeah, and it features a crew called the At Band Clan, who were very young and would later be known as the Black Eyed Peas.
Oh.
It's a very young Will.i.am and Black Eyed Peas on the song. We will not play it because Chad and I would be marched right out of here. Run the Jewels has a Christmas song. So, yeah, to your point, yeah, the rap Christmas songs all day. But I'm not throwing any Christmas song. If they're in the movie, whatever. But no, I'm not throw on the Christmas song and bake cookies. I'd get annoyed if I did that.
Okay, Alex, you taking notes back there? Christmas.
I'm taking notes.
Christmas in Hollis can definitely make an appearance today, and we will get our text line, RamosLaw.com text line reaction for the rest.
But I'm not annoyed by it. I want to point that out. If it plays, I'm fine with it. I just don't put it on.
Okay. It depends as to how long we're going. I've managed to figure out how to avoid it for the most part of the Christmas season. So if it comes, today, tomorrow, like I can't really complain all that much because I haven't been inundated with it for a month or so.
And you just got to survive the 2 days.
Yes.
And then it's
yes,
done.
Exactly. Have you seen have you ever seen that SNL skit with Matt Damon and Cecily Strong?
I think so, yeah.
They're the parents, and they're just sitting back on the sofa at the end of the day having wine, talking about the best Christmas ever, and then they're just doing the flashbacks of how awful it was.
Yes, I have seen that.
Family.
That's a good one.
Yeah. It's kind of like that with the Christmas music. All right, so we will jump in, and we will start, actually, John, before we get into the nuts and bolts of what we're expecting tomorrow and really in Week 18 as well with the Broncos. I'll start with the good news from yesterday, in case anybody missed it. 6 Pro Bowlers for your Denver Broncos. Pat Surtain, Zach Allen, Nick Bonito on defense. I don't think anybody can make any arguments there. Quinn Miners, Garrett Bowles, and Cortland Sutton on offense. So great news for those guys. A feather in their cap, maybe a few more bucks on any next deal that they may have with that on the resume. But any surprises at all? Any disappointments?
I think they all deserve to be there. Cortland Sutton, I'm surprised at just because of the big name AFC or wide receivers that exist. The fact that he would get that credit, it shows the attention the Broncos actually get. Hufanga, I think, obviously is the one that stands out to everybody as potentially being a snub. It's hard to get angry when you get 6 guys in, but Hufanga kind of pops more than a lot of people, so I was surprised to see that, but I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, it's just when you look at the AFC and it's Jalen Ramsey and Derwin James and Kyle Hamilton, you go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the Ravens stink, and they got a lot of Pro Bowlers, so maybe you make an argument with Hufanga over Kyle Hamilton, but, you've already got 6 other guys, so really can you complain all that much?
No, and one thing that I think is important to point out, of the 6 guys, 5 of them drafted by the Broncos.
Ooh, good point. Good point. Also, the other thing I would point out is if J.K. Dobbins were healthy, he would have been there as well.
Yeah, I agree.
So that would have been 7. It would have been more than any other team.
Yeah.
So, all right, that's the good news for the Broncos. Now we will turn our attention to what happens tomorrow night in Kansas City. Have you fully processed and analyzed the loss to the Jags yet? Can we get ourselves ready to move forward and attack these last 2 weeks of the season and a Chiefs team without that evil witch at quarterback? Next.
Will the Broncos take care of business in primetime and sweep the Chiefs? We'll break it all down in a special Christmas Day edition of the Fan Football Pregame Show, live on game day starting at 4 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? Stoke here for my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays are here, man, and it's meant to be joyful. But if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy can be tough on you. If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, this is your year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship. My friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, Jeff and his team, they can get you taken care of. They're the absolute best. They have treatments when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. And they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed, restored relationship. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much, they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season, so I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. What if more reliable didn't mean more expensive? With Xfinity, you can get reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi for less. We're talking intelligent gig-speed Wi-Fi for $50 a month. This holiday season through January 4th, Xfinity is offering their best price on gig-speed Wi-Fi, guaranteed for 5 years. No contracts, no strings attached. You could save $3,000 over Verizon and AT&T. Imagine getting super fast Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years. Get everything you need from Xfinity. Their best Wi-Fi equipment and even unlimited data all included at their best price. Get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and post-promo prices for 1 gig internet, 1 unlimited line, and Peacock Premium versus Verizon 1 gig internet and AT&T 1000 internet and 1 unlimited starter SL line.
Payton Manning here. Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Cake Mortgage Corp., Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1734623, licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. Are your bills keeping you up at night? Imagine using your home equity for a financial reset that helps you to finally get ahead again. At Cake Mortgage, we get it. Life's expensive. Insurance, groceries, and high-interest credit card debt. That's why we created the Cake Fast Cash Home Equity Program. Turn your home into your ATM without touching your existing mortgage rate. Cake Fast Cash is fast. Many clients close in 2 weeks, so call Cake today and pay down high-interest cards, free up cash, or fund home upgrades, and you only pay for what you use. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked fast cash loan is ready to enjoy. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com.
Tune into Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
We also got another one coming in from the 3849 saying, not schmaltzy, but yes, some serious rock jam Christmas music and play like the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Okay, we can work some of that stuff in throughout the day. Alex is your guy. He's on top of all of it. We put it into his very, very capable hands. Nuggets lose last night. We'll get to them momentarily. Avalanche win. But we are starting here with the Broncos and getting ready for the visit to Kansas City tomorrow night. And after the guys got the good news about the Pro Bowl yesterday, we turned our attention to the other news, John, and I think this is the biggest thing. Number one, because it's a short week with very little time to recover, heal, or plan and turn around. But number two, because there's only 2 games left in the season before the playoffs begin. The status of Dre Greenlaw, Pat Bryant. We know Brandon Jones is on IR, and then a couple of other guys that also didn't practice yesterday, notably Luke Wattenberg in that bunch, with 4 guys that weren't able to get on the field yesterday. It's not a great time to have the injury bug pop up, especially in the middle of your defense with Dre Greenlaw after Brandon Jones was already out.
No, that's real concerning because, for one, it looked like a bit of a struggle last weekend without Brandon Jones in there. The Greenlaw, they're not putting him on IR, apparently, as of now. So that's a little bit of good news. Obviously, it'd be unrealistic to expect him this week. And to add on to that, Justin Sternod, while expected to be practicing full, he's somebody that's also been injured. So the middle of the defense, this is a defense that's been very leaky, to be kind, lately. This is a defense that's been reeling. It's a defense that has no answers. And when you're missing 2 guys right in the middle, which the middle is where they really struggled last year, late in the year, the middle linebacker and the safety positions, it's at 2 spots that it feels like it's a little bit more challenging for the Broncos to overcome that. Luckily, not luckily, that's mean. For the Broncos, they don't have to play Patrick Mahomes this week. Could you imagine the panic right now if they were playing Mahomes this Thursday?
With the division and the top seed still hanging in the balance?
Yeah, it would be. It would
the
be.
Chiefs being able to play Scrooge?
Yeah, it would be. We'd be really nervous right now. Hopefully by the playoffs, both those guys are back. They're going to need both of those guys. As of right now, survive this week. But no, if there was a space they couldn't be missing anybody, it's the middle of the field.
I talked about this last night on Denver Sports Tonight with Dante Gomez because it's true across all sports. And, you know, a couple of the positive notes where you mentioned Sternad. Kareem Reed was also full practice, and we haven't mentioned his name in a long time, which may be a little bit of a help at the linebacker position. We know Powers was back last week and was worked into the mix. Wattenberg was able to play banged up, so you hope he can still get out there and be effective. They've already played without Atkinson one. Nate Atkins did not practice yesterday due to his knee. Pat Bryant's situation is very scary, but it is a concussion, so at some point he will be ready to return, whether that is against the Chargers, whether that is in the playoffs, whether that's after a bye week. So you're confident that he will be back on the field this season. So that brings you to Greenlaw in the middle of the defense. In the middle of playing defense in the middle of the field, rink, diamond, ice, no matter what sport you're in, is critical if you're going to contend for a championship. Mm-hmm. Because if you can't protect the paint in basketball, if you can't protect in front of your net and be strong there and pushing people, out of the crease and not being strong there in hockey, and if you don't play defense at shortstop, second base, center field, and catcher up the middle in baseball, you're not going to win a championship. And in football, the middle of the field, especially the way tight ends can be used, the team you're playing, tomorrow night has killed you for years with the tight end in the middle of the field. It becomes problematic in a hurry. And I think we saw a little bit of it with P.J. Locke having to be in for Brandon Jones, something that maybe we both and everyone else underestimated a little bit. Mm-hmm. I said on the pregame show, Locke had been in there before. I felt comfortable with him stepping in, and it shouldn't be too much of a drop-off. Boy, did I underestimate that. The impact of Brandon Jones, right? When Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen's offense went out there and picked him apart. Now, if you remove Greenlaw from the equation, it's the middle of the defense against the run game. It's the middle of the defense in red zone goal line. And it's a lot of other things that can be impacted if you don't have someone who can replace him at 80%.
Right.
So it becomes a big problem. And, by the way, that defense that was playing with him and was playing with Brandon Jones up until last week is also giving up 8.5 more points per game since the bye week than they were before.
Yeah, no, it's been a struggle the whole way through, and then you lose the two guys. You talk about P.J. Locke. The Jaguars did everything they could do to exploit that. Sternod, if he comes back and can play healthy, we saw him and Singleton do pretty well early on in the year. The defense was actually they were doing a lot of their elite things with both of those. But last week, Alex Singleton, we saw some struggles there. We saw some things go wrong, and it's not just to single him out. The entire defense had a hard time. Dre Greenlaw, it's interesting about that is he's not on IR. But if you remember at the beginning of the year, he wasn't on IR, and then he was on IR. So we saw Greenlaw it was the quad was going to get better, and then it wasn't, then it was, and it wasn't. Then they eventually had to IR him. So with both those guys, we're going to see how it goes, but they're going to need them. They survived Pat Surtain being out. There's certain things you can do to kind of cover up for a cornerback being out. Like you said, the middle of the field's the middle of the field. You can't disguise that. And the Broncos have a really hard time. Hufanga gets the headlines, but Brandon Jones was the guy doing the non-glamorous, non-highlight reel things, being in position to tackle, picking up the coverage downfield. A lot more of an instinctual player than we've seen from P.J. Locke. This week, maybe it's not as big of a deal. Justin Herbert's going to tear you apart. So it's a big concern for the Broncos.
And at the safety position, there's two ways you can go. We all love Hufanga and what he's brought to the team, and hearing his name and seeing his hair flying around when he's just crushing people and,
he's in the box,
blowing things up.
Yeah.
It's great that he's all over the screen, but it's also nice when you don't hear a peep about the other guy back there the whole game, because he's not making a mistake, he's not getting beat, he's not falling down, he's not missing tackles.
He doesn't bite on things. That's the big thing about Brandon Jones is he doesn't get fooled a lot. With P.J. Locke, you saw a lot more jumping in certain directions, and he hasn't played a lot. But yeah, Brandon Jones, you're not going to very smart player.
On the flip side, I guess if there's anything you can look at and feel a little bit more comfortable about, Rashee Rice and Tyquan Thornton are both in concussion protocol and did not practice yesterday.
Oh, is that right?
And it would be hard to see them on a short week, very much like Pat Bryant. So that's two wide receivers for the Chiefs. Also, two of their corners in Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie did not practice either. So it's not just Patrick Mahomes and being down to Chris Oladikin being the quarterback, or
South Dakota State.
Yeah, him or Shane Buechele. This is how far I go back.
Oh, you know him.
I don't know him, but when I was a kid growing up, and when I started very, very early in college being a reporter, his dad was the third baseman for the Texas Rangers.
Really?
Steve Buechele. That's Shane Buechele's dad.
So maybe he's got that Mahomes baseball throw.
He does have the Texas baseball player thing going.
Does he?
As a quarterback. Yeah, he started at Texas. He finished at SMU.
Wow.
And he was with the Chiefs before. You may see him play in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, they've already lost 2 quarterbacks. What's to say they won't lose a third?
I know, and the Broncos are going to bring it on him. It's funny you say feeling. I remember growing up watching Tim Hardaway play, and then last night they're like, Tim Hardaway Jr. in his 13th season.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're 13 years deep into the junior?
Yeah.
I'm old.
Yeah, he's almost done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember Tim Hardaway Sr. as a Nugget.
Throwing the monitor.
Throwing the TV monitor. Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of the Nuggets, tough loss last night. Big Avs win. We will get into both next.
Will the Broncos avoid the upset against a struggling Chiefs team? We'll react live in Denver and Kansas City during the Fan Football Postgame Show. Live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You know that feeling when you catch a glimpse in the mirror and think, hey, I look 10 years younger? That's what happens when you stop dieting and start doing Soda weight loss.
I tried point counting, calorie counting, shots, and nothing has worked until Soda weight loss.
Soda weight loss gives you a personal nutritionist you can text anytime.
Everybody's great here. Everybody's encouraging. There were some times where I felt down and they brought me back up. If you stick with this program, you will lose weight and you will get to your goal weight.
When you sign up for Soda weight loss, your partner joins for free.
If you're ready to feel stronger, healthier, and yes, look and feel 10 years younger, this is your moment. No meds, no gimmicks, just real results with real support.
Remember, sign up now and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We're open today on Christmas Eve. Our friendly jewelry consultants will show you the perfect gift to slip under the tree, no matter their style or your budget. We even have the ultimate gift for your special someone, a beautiful engagement ring to propose under the mistletoe. At Shane Company, we make perfect presents and proposals easy. Come see us. Our stores are open today on Christmas Eve until 5 p.m. because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Holidays are stressful. Injuries shouldn't be. Postman Law handles the calls, the paperwork, the pushback, so you can focus on healing, not hassle. With over $3 billion recovered for clients, Postman Law delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN.
Attorney advertising.
From the Alpine Bank family, member FDIC, to yours, we wish you peace, happiness, and serenity. Merry Christmas.
The West isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And this January 10th through the 25th, the National Western Stock Show presented by Common Spirit Health brings the heart of the West to Denver. So saddle up for 16 days of rodeo action, family fun, and championship lifestyle. This is where tradition meets excitement. This is who we are. We are the West. Tickets available at nationalwestern.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here with my friend Bonnie at O'Mara Ford.
The holidays are my favorite time of the year. You get O'Mara's low pricing, huge discounts, and just announced 0% for 60 months.
So 5 years without paying any interest?
Not a single cent, make no down payment, and no monthly payment until next year. At O'Mara, we make it fast, fun, and easy.
Just in time for the holidays at O'Mara Ford. Stop by their showroom on 104th and I-25 or visit o'maraford.com.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Most business owners and decision makers work hard but stay frustrated because customers simply don't know they exist. Marketing isn't about being flashy. It's about making sure people understand how you solve their problem. Audio, video, and online campaigns put your message where your customers are already paying attention. And your friends at DenverSports, they specialize in connecting customers to businesses. The moment you get clear and show up consistently, growth follows. Don't stay the best kept secret in town. Visit DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button and start growing today.
Stop just hoping the right applicants find your job. Sponsor it on Indeed and match with quality talent. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Again, that's Indeed.com/credit.
One streak rolling on last night and another one dying a slow death as the Avalanche win their 13th straight at home, winners of 8 of 9 now overall, 1-0 over the Mammoth last night, while the Nuggets' 11-game road streak comes crashing to a halt in Dallas. They lose by 131 to 130. Let's start with the Avalanche, where Scott Wedgwood made 32 saves, but it's just a 1-0 win behind the Samuel Girard goal, unassisted, where the Avs are now 15-0-2 at home.
It's insane, man. Like, if you're gonna beat them, they're taking a point, and you've got to work all night to get them there. They oddly enough they struggle in shootouts, but it's
such a bizarre thing.
No, they're in control. What's really kind of the thing with the Avalanche, if you even just go the last week. You know, they've got a late win where they're tied 3-3 with the Kraken. They score late. They've got where they just absolutely put a beat down on the Minnesota Wild. They win a game where they're just kind of slowly in control with the Jets. And then last night they win a low-scoring one where they only get one. Last year it felt they were very top-heavy. If the top guys didn't do well, they weren't going to win. This year they're winning games, the close games, the blowouts, the low-scoring. They can beat you anywhere, any style of game. And the problem is for the rest of the NHL, the Avalanche know it, and the other team knows that it doesn't matter how the game goes. The Avalanche are probably going to find a way to win it.
Near Christmas miracle last night at Ball Arena, and it wouldn't have been on the side of the Avalanche. Did you hear this story about the Mammoth goaltending last night?
Apparently he wasn't their goaltender a week ago.
Well, their starter, Vimelka, was a late scratch. You know, it's hockey, so they just say upper body injury. They don't tell you what's going on. He probably had a chest cold. They signed this guy, Colton McIntyre, to what is considered an amateur tryout agreement to serve as the backup. And he goes in and he gives up one goal to the best team in hockey, who came in averaging almost 5 goals a game over their last 5.
It actually was Vanacek that was in net last night for the Mammoth. Yeah, 1 goal. The Avalanche had their shots last night. It was well goaltended. Marty Net just had a breakaway that just kind of hit. He went over the shoulder and it just didn't go in. But a good one from the Avs. You know, you get where they're also getting a lot of help is it doesn't have to be McKinnon every night. It's these other guys, and then like Olofsson or last night it was Girard. And then in a lot of these games, like the Wild game, Nathan McKinnon will just pour it on at one point and get 2 goals. So they're beating teams all over the place. I think this is clearly the best team in Colorado right now. It's that same thing to where everybody headlines, and then you forget they have Arturi Lehkonen. And they have these guys, and I've been thoroughly impressed.
Big Val.
Big Val. Finally coming. He was a little more quiet. The power play. One thing that's been irritating me lately is when they're on the power play, the other team is getting good looks shorthanded. Winnipeg scored the other night. Minnesota had a breakaway. They didn't score. So they probably need to clean that up. But one other guy that's really stood out to me, Brock Nelson, I'd say within the last month to 6 weeks, has really come on as a guy that's consistently putting it in the net, consistently part of big plays, allowing momentum to really take off. I got a friend who's an Islanders fan, and we got Brock Nelson. I texted him, what do we got here? And he kind of was effusive in his praise, and I think we're really starting to see it pay off with him.
This team is ahead of the pace of the highest point-scoring team of all time, which is just the Bruins from a couple of years ago. That was, 22-23 with the Bruins team. And they are actually at a higher points per game pace. So there's a couple of ways to calculate it in hockey. And one is percentage of points available that you're getting. And I think that Bruins team was like at an 823 percentage of points available, and the Avalanche are closer to like an 840 something, right? Going into last night, it was like 1.68 points per game, when 2 is the maximum you can get. And the Bruins were like at 1.64. So, that goes up slightly with the 2 points last night in the 1-0 win. They're on pace to have the highest point total of all time in the NHL if they keep up this pace.
That's wild, and now I'm getting nervous because it reminds me of how the Patriots set the all-time scoring record than the Broncos almost did, but neither team ultimately won. And the Bruins, they didn't get it.
There's one big question I have about this too, and the way the rest of the year is laid out and how the schedule plays out, and I'm going to ask it to Will Peterson, our Avalanche insider reporter, coming up at 9:15 today from DenverSports.com, because there is one thing that does have me concerned, believe it or not, when the Avalanche are on pace to have the highest point total in the history of the NHL.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. No, that's one of the questions I want to ask, and we can ask you throughout the day on the RamosLaw.com text line. And maybe this will be a little bit slanted, a little bit biased because of the way they have started. But the Nuggets are pretty darn fun too, even despite the loss last night. The Broncos were on an 11-game winning streak, and chime in on the text line. We will discuss this later in the program. What team are you having more fun watching right now? And it is a little bit of a bias when the Avalanche are rolling and never seem to lose, and the other two are coming off losses. But this is an unbelievable season for all three. So you can throw that in on the text line at 303-713-1043. Is, when you sit down to watch, which one is the most fun? Which one do you just kind of kick back on the sofa and like you literally just have a grin on your face and laugh out loud at some of the plays they're making? Because it's happened with all three teams. So we'll dive into that a little bit later. Nuggets last night, very slow start in Dallas. Just the opposite of what it was the night before at home against Utah, where they got down big early, gave up 41 points to the Mavs in the first quarter, rallied back on numerous occasions to tie it, then go back down by double digits, then tie it, then briefly take a lead, then challenge and have the lead late in that game before coming up short. Payton Watson's 3 at the buzzer goes in and out, and they fall to the Mavericks 131-130, and the 11-game road win streak comes to an end at the hands of a teenager, John. Cooper Flagg, 33 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists against the Nuggets.
He was outstanding. You see why the hype is kind of where it's at. It's also easy sometimes to hit shots when nobody's guarding you. But no, Cooper Flagg, I was telling you during the break, his license says he's 19. When he was born says he's 19. That is not a 19-year-old body. That kid is huge, and his skill set is there. He's got all of it. He's got all of it. It's irritating because – and there's a Jokic behind the back pass they just show on the TV. Do you remember when Wembanyama 2 years ago in his rookie year, the second to last game of the year, Wemby took over a game and kind of screwed up the Nuggets' chances of getting the 1 seed? It's weird. This is like Cooper Flagg, another guy that's hyped. You watch it and you're like, oh, I see where it's at. And especially in basketball, it's a lot more visual. Sometimes great players play great, and there's just not a lot you can do about it. But the Nuggets roaring back last night a few different times. They had a lot of opportunities. Jamal's been great. Jokic has been great. This might be the best we've seen them both. But no, that kid went off last night, and the Nuggets didn't have a lot of answers.
Yeah, I was talking to Jake Shapiro before the game started last night. He asked me about Cooper Flagg, and I just said, I kind of pumped the brakes. I wouldn't buy stock in him because he plays for a bad organization. He has bad ownership. Mm-hmm. So no matter how good he is, he's clearly talented, but he plays for bad ownership.
Yeah, the Lakers are going to be excited to get him.
Yeah. When he's a Laker in a few years, right, or whoever he ends up playing for. Anthony Davis also went off for 31 points, which is always frustrating because I just don't like watching that guy against the Nuggets with the history. So it was tough to stomach that one. And losing a game in which Jokic and Murray combined for 60 points, 14 rebounds, and 28 assists.
They were awesome.
They had a lot of help from your guy, Tim Hardaway Jr., who was awesome again last night, 7 of 12 from 3 and 23 points. Bruce Brown played well off the bench. Strother even gave them some minutes off the bench, but they just didn't guard. They did not guard Dallas at all on the second night of a back-to-back, and that road win streak comes crashing down at 11 games. They won 11 in a row on the road, but, oddly enough, the Nuggets have never had a 10-game winning streak overall in the history of the franchise.
Is that right?
I don't believe they've ever had one.
I guess I can believe it. It just, I definitely believe it between 95 and 2003 that they didn't do it. But, between the 80s and then the Carmelo years, that is interesting. But it's hard to win 10 games in a row.
Yeah, it definitely is hard to win 10 games in a row. Nuggets have never done it. Well, they will start again tomorrow night and see if they can begin a new streak against the Wolves, but that'll be a home game. All right, John, I got a question for you that you can ponder during the break. Alex, you can ponder as well, and maybe you can decipher what I mean about this. Did karma come around early for the Kansas City Chiefs? Next.
Denver is headed to Arrowhead for a Christmas showdown with Kansas City. Get yourself ready for kickoff with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 2 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Cajun Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Cajun Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
What a wonderful time for family and friends, reflection, and planning forward. It's holiday time. Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. Thinking of putting off that home makeover till after the holidays? Well, good, because opportunity is knocking. We'll help you plan forward with 16% holiday savings on your project or a great financing special to book now for installation after the festivities. Now is the time to get started. Todd?
You bet. First-class kitchen updates with our own custom-built cabinets or Done Right's unique cabinet refacing, elegant efficient bathrooms, top-notch basement finishing, and the finest in replacement windows and doors. Our family's been serving Colorado for decades, and we'd love to serve you too. Call and book your project now to secure your 16% savings or a great financing special.
Thanks, Todd. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word and we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295 or drhi.com.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket ahead of the holidays. That's possible when you call American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and credit card rates are insane, in the 20s or even 30s. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt with rates in the low 5s. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and save money every month, all without upfront fees. Their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise without having to change jobs. Call now before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
You're going to do a Neil Diamond show?
A Neil Diamond experience from Focus Features.
Are you ready to sing?
Critics and audiences are raving. Song Sung Blue is fantastically entertaining. It's good. So good. With powerhouse performances from Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson. Tell me I'm doing the right thing. You are. Based on a triumphant true story about never giving up on your dreams. Sold out shows.
We're sold out?
Song Sung Blue. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters this Thursday.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app.
Oh, yeah. Steve Miller, take the money and run. Wonder if they're playing this in Kansas City. Or at least the...
Which Kansas City?
The Missouri side of Kansas City this week. How do you think those fans feel, having already lost one pro football team in that state? And now... the team of the decade, the Kansas City Chiefs, that have called Arrowhead home one of the legendary stadiums in the NFL for home field advantage in history of the game. We learned this week will be no more, John. So beginning in 2031, after tomorrow night, there'll only be 5 more Broncos at Chiefs games at Arrowhead Stadium in Missouri. When the Broncos open a new stadium, the Chiefs will have a new stadium in the state of Kansas.
How far away is it?
I'm
do
guessing
we know?
like 20 miles. I mean, it's the same city.
Yeah, but they're leaving the state of Missouri is kind of the big thing.
But the important thing is, where does the money go?
Right.
And where does the money come from to build the stadium?
The taxpayer.
And
the $1.8 billion.
The politicians in the state of Kansas were willing to pony up where Missouri was not. So Clark Hunt and the Hunt family have made the announcement they are going to take the team and relocate the stadium with, I'm sure, what is going to be another huge mixed-use development with a dome stadium in Kansas. So the state of Kansas now officially will have its first pro sports team.
Oh, yeah, because... Yeah, nobody's out. Where do the Royals are in Missouri?
The Royals Stadium is in the same parking lot as Arrowhead. It's right across, and they want a new stadium as well, but nothing has been announced on that. But they're in the same complex.
They're
it's like Philadelphia.
Now. Yeah, and Detroit. Yeah, there's a bunch like that. Well, now they've got leverage to get that ballpark in there.
Can you imagine making the argument as a politician or someone asking the public for money and saying, well, I know we didn't give it to the Chiefs, but we're going to give it to the Royals for a new stadium.
Well, that's kind of the weird thing is if the Chiefs weren't going to get that funding now, they were never going to get it because they're the best team of the last decade. I mean, what is that, 7 AFC championships, 5 Super Bowl appearances?
With a quarterback that has another decade to go.
Yeah, top 5 quarterback, decade to go. Boy, when the Broncos won those 2 Super Bowls and we needed this stadium, it was like, oh, no problem. We got that. Now, how did that come down? I didn't look into this. The Broncos, there was a vote back in the day in the late 90s. Was this a vote or was this just negotiations?
It was a negotiation, and I believe I don't think the public got to vote. I think it's a decision that's been made, and I'm not sure how it works.
That's how it came down
in Kansas. Yeah. There's a lot of quotes on it, but like that franchise, Clark Hunt is the face of it, but there's been a lot going on the last few years with the rest of the family trying to kind of change the power dynamic. So much so that a person I am familiar with that was running the finances for the Chiefs organization, the Chiefs Foundation, we'll call it, not the Kansas City Chiefs CFO, but the Chiefs Foundation where all the money goes through and everything gets aggregated. He walked out. He quit in the middle of the run of Super Bowls because of the way the rest of the family was treating Clark Hunt and the way the infighting was going on. He walked away from basically being in charge of the money controlling the Chiefs. That's paying Patrick Mahomes and
getting Super Bowl rings.
And getting Super Bowl rings and getting all the access. He said, I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore. Like, I'm not going to do this the way you guys are treating each other. And walked away from it.
Wow.
There's that drama going on. Obviously, we have the Rashee Rice drama that went on this year. We had the Britt Reed story, assistant coach Andy Reid's son.
Right.
With their various different traffic incidents. But I think maybe the last straw was putting this in motion and saying Arrowhead is no more, because that very same person I was at a football game with a few years ago. He's a Notre Dame alum. And I was sitting next to him at a Notre Dame football game, and I was asking him, I was like, so what's the deal with Arrowhead? What's the deal with the stadium? He's like, they'll never leave there. They will never leave there. Like, the fans will riot. They cannot do it. And like, he was adamant, it's like, that is never going to happen. They will fix that thing forever and change it in any way and spend as much as you want to fix it. They will never leave that site. Here we are 3 years later, gone, Kansas.
And that's kind of my big question. It's 20, maybe 20, 30 miles, whatever. How does this affect the fans? Do certain fans now say, well, I'm not doing that?
Well, I mean, ask yourself, if the Broncos stadium was in Castle Rock, you weren't going to go.
Right. I was out by the airport. I wasn't going to go. Yeah, if it was out by the airport, I was, with these personal seat licenses, I'm probably not going to go anyway. But yeah, no, if it was way out there, it's too much, especially if it snows and things like that. So that is, look, I don't like the Chiefs. I don't like their fans. This really, but they're very loyal. That's one thing, is that they sat through a lot of trash to get the success that they've had. in recent years, and so this is going to make a lot of people upset. I know the 49ers moved from Candlestick to Santa Clara, but that's still California, and I don't know. It's just I'm really interested to see if it's now bandwagon fans closer to Kansas or people that have been fans for a long time, and those Missouri fans get screwed, or if they make the trip out there.
There's a lot of Midwestern people that are fans of the Chiefs, right? People from Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, but I think it will have an impact for the most part on the people from Missouri, because this is the second time they've had an NFL team leave them.
And yeah, and I mean, it could be, it has. And the Rams were not, they were willing to keep the Rams. That was the other thing. It's not like they were done with the Rams
were
and they
not
had
willing
to
to keep them.
And the Rams and the NFL was not willing to keep them either. They wanted them back in Los Angeles. So yeah, that kind of surprised me when I saw that yesterday.
So starting tomorrow,
hey, how about this real quick?
Only 6 more trips to Arrowhead.
The Broncos are the only team in the AFC West to not relocate to a new city or state in the last 10 years.
Whoa. And that'll never happen.
No,
it will never happen. Can you imagine if Robson Walton said, yeah, we're now the Fayetteville Broncos.
You want to talk about a riot?
No. That will never happen. And you know what? Maybe that's the karma I'm talking about. Starting to see some rewards for doing things the right way and their loyalty. And maybe the Chiefs, maybe it's the beginning of the Chiefs' downfall. Just too many bad decisions, and it's starting to bite them.
Bad ownership will get you. Bad ownership.
And infighting in your ownership, apparently.
That'll get you.
All right, what do we expect from this game tomorrow night? As now there's only 6 more that are ever going to be at Arrowhead. We don't have to deal with that place anymore starting in 2031, but we do have to deal with it tomorrow night. We'll look at it next.
Did Nikola Jokic just set an NBA record that will never be broken?
That is a record that he has got to put away, retire it, lock it away. Stoke, it's never going to be beaten. I am confident in saying that Nikola Jokic is going to put the all-time assist record by a center in a place where it will never be touched ever again.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, the holidays are supposed to be a fun time. Forget your troubles, enjoy yourself. But if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, man, that's going to really put a strain on enjoying the holidays to their fullest. Reach out to my guy, Jeff, and the experienced, compassionate professionals at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They've treated thousands of men along the front range of Colorado over the last decade. Emphasis on treat. Erectile dysfunction is a medical condition. Like many medical conditions, can be treated. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will put together a customized plan based on what works best for your ED and what your goals are. And you can't argue with the results. Their treatments have success rates well over 90%. Call now, and by Christmas, your partner could have more than just visions of sugar plums dancing in their heads. Schedule a consult, just $99. You'll get a T and PSA test and a medically advised a test dose. And if that test dose does not work, your office visit is free. 5 locations to better serve you, including Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, and a new and improved office in the Rock. Castle Rock, call 720-440-7900. And at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Here's Denver's champion wide receiver, Benny Fowler, with Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Benny, when you caught that pass for the 2-point conversion at the end of the 2015 World Championship game, did you realize you were making Denver football history?
And that was one of the final historic career passes of one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time?
No, when you're in the moment, in the flow, you just go. You're trying to execute. It didn't sink in at first, but then it hits you, and then you feel so blessed.
You made Denver football history.
Well, I just did my job. You guys make history every holiday season at Williams Jewelers.
How so, Benny?
Every gift from Williams Jewelers on Christmas morning is historic. I can promise you, they'll never forget it. Friends, this holiday, go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, and you will make a little history too. And hey, tell them Benny sent you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
Cake Mortgage Corp, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1734623, licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. These days, we expect everything fast. Streaming, food delivery, even same-day shipping. So why should using the equity in your home to get cash be any different? At Cake Mortgage, we get fast. We just got a client approved for $300,000 in under 24 hours with our Cake Fast Cash program. If you're struggling with high-interest debt, Roll it into one low monthly payment and save hundreds or more each month. The best part? You'll keep your current mortgage rate and only pay for what you use. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked fast cash loan is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com for thousands of 5-star reviews.
Want to look 10 years younger and lose 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds before spring? Then it's time for Soda Weight Loss. Soda Weight Loss works without drugs or crazy side effects. In fact, our disclaimer would sound like this.
Side effects at soda weight loss may include looking better than you did in high school. Friends asking, okay, seriously, what are you doing? Long-term confidence, increased energy, the urge to take more photos because you actually like what you see.
I'd been wanting to lose weight. I tried on my own. I'd been seeing things for soda, and I was like, okay, I gotta go see what it's all about. It's a great idea. It's a great experience, and I couldn't be happier, honestly, with the results.
You do not have to use weight loss drugs to lose weight and enjoy a healthier, I look 10 years younger version of you. With Soda Weight Loss, you get round-the-clock access to your own personal nutritionist, and right now, when you join Soda Weight Loss, your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Sloman's Home Security has an exclusive deal, a free home security system with free professional installation and 24/7 central station monitoring when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. That's right, free system and professional installation. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Sloman's. Your system includes a touchscreen keypad, 3 door or window sensors, a motion detector, notifications, and remote keypad access, so you can check in anytime from anywhere. You can't put a price on peace of mind. At Sloman's Home Security, we believe every family deserves to feel safe, because protecting what matters most shouldn't be complicated or expensive. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Sloman's to get your free home security system and professional installation today. Sloman's Home Security, protecting families nationwide. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Sloman's. That's pound 250, keyword Sloman's.
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The NBA is happening Christmas Day. 5 games, 1 unforgettable lineup.
That's what Christmas is all about.
Buckets for breakfast, breakaways for dessert. It's the holiday tradition.
Christmas is our day.
With star power from across the globe.
The stars, they are going to be out.
The best gift, you don't even have to unwrap it.
We want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year!
NBA Christmas Day begins at noon Eastern on ABC and ESPN.
This holiday season, give the ultimate gift, a College Invest savings account. Do it by December 31st to qualify for a Colorado tax deduction. collegeinvest.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3.
Alex Becker behind the glass in for the fellas this morning as Mike and Stoke and Stink have a couple days off here. We will also be back in on Friday if you care to join us after the Broncos and the Chiefs and after the Nuggets and the Wolves, and we'll be recapping those games coming up tomorrow night. John, I didn't realize it, but it's definitely a hot-button item in Missouri and Kansas and the people with ties there because the text line lit up right away.
Really?
Yeah, Brett in Lawrence says he works on both sides of the state lines in Missouri and Kansas and can assure you Missouri's crashing out about this decision. Missouri did put funding to a vote, but they tied it to the Royals Stadium and it got rejected by the voters. Kansas didn't have a vote, and that's what the difference is there, according to Brett. Also coming in from Chris in Kansas. People need to know, folks from Kansas and Missouri hate each other going back to the Civil War or before.
Okay.
And he's from Missouri, lives in Kansas, and says he's thankful for the Walton Penner Group footing the bill for the stadium. You know, his wife's a teacher, and the state refuses to properly fund the schools, but they found $2 billion for a stadium in Kansas, so he relates to that there. Also, Mike's saying the stadium is about 20 miles from the current site, so it's not that big of a switch for them, but it is a difference if you have state pride. It will be a big difference for the folks in Missouri, and I think it will be a little bit of a reason to puff the chest out for the people in Kansas who have never had a pro sports team before. Closest they've had is Kansas basketball.
Yeah, that's kind of the big one there. So didn't they have an NHL team for 2 years? Am I crazy?
Yeah. You know what? Correct me, I'm wrong. They had the Kansas City Royals in the NBA a long time ago. Oscar Robertson played there. So they had the Kansas City Kings.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So they have had pro sports teams. They just currently have not had one in decades.
It hasn't been sustained on any
but I don't know
level.
if they were in Missouri or if they were in Kansas. They might have been in Missouri as well.
Right.
I'm not sure where the basketball teams played when they played there.
That's pretty crazy when you do
they
think of it
definitely
like
never
that.
had an NFL team.
Yeah, definitely never had an NFL team. If it's 20 miles, look, 20 miles, if you're driving a certain amount of, 60 miles per hour, you can get there in 20 more minutes, but that's assuming no traffic. That's probably more like a 35-minute swing. So, to all the Chiefs fans out there, whatever. that sounds crazy that a team – I feel bad for the Chiefs fans as much as I can feel bad for Chiefs fans, but they love that team so much where they're at. And that stadium is iconic. Lambeau's kind of the one at the top, but Arrowhead is right there as far as iconic stadiums. And for that to go away, it was shocking. Like you said earlier, it was going to be a renovated stadium. It was never going to go anywhere. They set the decibels, it gets so loud and just poof, gone. Pretty crazy.
It's, we'll put it on the agenda. Mark it down for the summer of 2031.
and I've heard
of
this.
how things change when the Broncos and the Chiefs both have a domed stadium.
That's pretty wild. I have heard, too, from Broncos fans, going to Arrowhead's one of the coolest, that the fans are not, you don't get batteries thrown at you. It's not Philadelphia, that it's a very cool experience. So maybe
Kansas City barbecue?
Dude, I love. Yeah. Maybe I need to, I'm going to try to get out there before.
Oh, that's a good call.
Before this happens.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
We need to get to Arrowhead before it's shut down. You got 5 more tries after tomorrow night to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do that.
Make note of that. Just I'm not a fan of going there in December. Can we get an early season game there?
Yeah, no kidding.
All right. What do we expect tomorrow night at Arrowhead? It is not at all setting up to be the game we had predicted and expected and thought it would be when we looked at the schedule and thought how it could be for everything all summer and when we were lining up early in the season with the Chiefs being everyone's team to beat and that guy said the evil witch Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. None of that's the case. They're out. They've been out for a couple weeks. Their quarterback is out. Their backup quarterback is out. Their tight end that's crushed us and broken our hearts forever is washed and probably only got 2 games left in his career. So this is not setting up at all to be the game we thought it would be. So what do you expect tomorrow night in Kansas City?
I expect, if the Broncos are who they say they are, to go out there and dominate, take care of business, even down Greenlaw, Brandon Jones, Pat Bryant, missing some guys. The concern is they went to London, which was a unique situation, and they made the Jets look formidable. They had a Thursday night game against a terrible Raiders team who had maybe the most disastrous team in the NFL, and they barely beat them 10-7. When in these weird, unique situations against bad teams, and the Chiefs, as it stands right now, given their record and which players will be out on the field, are a bad team. They have Mahomes, obviously. They're not. They've got a team that can play spoiler. They've got a team that's got nothing to lose. I expect the Broncos to win. I expect they should win convincingly. But they've also made these bad teams in weird situations look good. So I'm not just chalking up the W and moving on. Get a win however you need.
Yeah, I don't want to see them play down to the level of the competition.
Right.
That would be frustrating, but it would be understood because it already happened once on a short week.
Right.
With the Raiders game. And that 10-7 squeaker that was ugly in the wind here. I don't know what the weather's going to be. Have you looked up the weather tomorrow night? obviously it's super nice here, but the Dre Greenlaw thing is huge and it's concerning. I think the one thing that we can point to and maybe hang our hats on is that they've played without him already this year and won.
And played well.
They've played without Nate Atkins already this year and won. They've played without Pat Bryant already this year and won. So they know how to do it. A short week, I don't think they're in a position to gimmick up too many things or change too many things. I think it's going to look a lot like it looked the first time. The only difference is Patrick Mahomes is not going to be out there on the other side, and likely neither will Rashee Rice or Tyquan Thornton or Trent McDuffie or Jalen Watson. So there's a lot of guys on the Chiefs side that are out, and there's no reason for them to push it at all because they're not playing for anything.
No, and it looks like the weather's going to be nice. It's in the 60s tomorrow, probably 40s tomorrow night. Trent McDuffie's their second best player. So him not being there, that's a big deal.
Really? Not Chris Jones?
Right, all time, Chris Jones. Right now, Trent McDuffie tries on every play. So that
okay,
Chris Jones, Hall of Fame guy, huge part of their championships as it stands today. Trent McDuffie, I think, or that rookie tackle that keeps getting hurt. That kid can play, but he's also out.
Yeah, the Chiefs are banged up, and again, there's no reason for them to push anybody that has been hurt at all.
Right, because they're already probably Mahomes being ready for the beginning of next year is already going to go down to the wire. Why risk starting off with other guys hurt like that? And hey, you need a tight end. There's a guy coming out of Oregon. There's no reason to win games if you're Kansas City.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a rough day for Chris Oladikin when Nick Benito makes the comments he made about how he played against Jacksonville, and you can listen for those yourselves. I'm not going to play anything that requires being bleeped on Christmas Eve, but he should be fired up.
What do you expect, real quick?
I expect a strong defensive effort because of the quarterback they're playing against and the pass rush ready to tee off. And I think the Broncos handle their business, and it's probably going to be relatively ugly, like a 20-9 game or something. I don't expect a whole lot from the offense in terms of breaking out and turning things around on a short week because it hasn't looked good when they've played on a short schedule.
Right. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's let's just get out healthy and worry about everything else Friday morning.
Yeah, and the good news for the Broncos is if they manage to do that, they have that little mini bye week. They have 10 days to get ready for what could be the winner-take-all game for the AFC West and potentially even the number one seed because the Chargers could still get that depending on how things break. And that Chargers-Texans game is Saturday, so we're going to know early as to what the stakes are for the following week. And we will, trust me, be looking ahead to that on this program Friday after we know the Broncos result, and we'll look a little closer at the Chargers and the Texans. All right, I got a question for you, John, after the Avalanche win again last night, 1-0 over the Mammoth, that I want to run by you. I'm going to ask it to Will Peterson, too, when he joins us in the 9 o'clock hour. But of all the things that the Avalanche are doing to absolutely dominate the NHL this year, there's one question that remains for me, and I want to see what you and Alex think about it. We'll do that next.
Will the Broncos take care of business in primetime and sweep the Chiefs? We'll break it all down in a special Christmas Day edition of the Fan Football Pregame Show, live on game day starting at 4 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Golf. Happy holidays from me and my friends over at Embers Golf. Gear up, save big, and surprise that golf enthusiast in your life with some gear or a gift card from my friends at Embers Golf. What I love about Embers Golf, it's family-owned and customer-focused, so you know you're getting the best service and the best deals. Don't wait. You can shop now at embersgolf.com. It's located right in Westminster. It ain't your big box golf store. It's boutique-style, family-owned, and built for true golf enthusiasts. They're not just selling you clubs. They're crafting a full journey personalized to you and your game. They've got 2 private hitting bays, all the major brands, and they specialize in custom upgraded shafts that take your game to the next level. You can get a full bag fitting just like I did. I got driver, 3 wood with all my irons. I'm telling you, I love my clubs. You'll feel the difference. Seriously, there's nothing else like it around here. So to do what I did, get yourself dialed in, get ready to go for next year, and go over to Embers Golf and get a full bag fitting like I did. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
This is Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Hall of Famer. I learned early in my career that winning takes teamwork. And in banking, that means choosing a partner that has your back. That's why I trust Colorado Credit Union, a local financial institution that has spent more than 50 years investing in our community and helping families build a strong financial future. To learn more, visit ccu.org or stop by any branch. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing opportunity.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with zero down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. Zero down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Well, the holidays are supposed to be a fun time. Forget your troubles, enjoy yourself. But if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, man, that's going to really put a strain on enjoying the holidays to their fullest. Reach out to my guy, Jeff, and the experienced, compassionate professionals at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They've treated thousands of men along the Front Range of Colorado over the last decade. Emphasis on treat. Erectile dysfunction is a medical condition. Like many medical conditions, can be treated. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will put together a customized plan based on what works best for your ED and what your goals are. And you can't argue with the results. Their treatments have success rates well over 90%. Call now, and by Christmas, your partner could have more than just visions of sugar plums dancing in their heads. Schedule a consult, just $99. You'll get a T and PSA test and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work, your office visit is free. 5 locations to better serve you, including Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, and a new and improved office in the Rock. Castle Rock, call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Injured in an accident? Don't just hope for help. Demand results. At Postman Law, we handle it all. Car crash, workplace injury, or wrongful death. We deliver fast, effective, and personalized legal representation, powered by a team that's recovered over $3 billion for clients nationwide. We have taken on some of the biggest companies in the country and won. Our tech-driven approach means your case moves fast with clear updates every step of the way. So when you call 844-POSTMAN, you know you're getting speed, ease, and results. You're not just another case. You're a person who deserves justice. And from the moment you call, we're in your corner. You'll have a dedicated attorney and case manager fighting to get you every dollar you deserve. And remember, you don't pay unless we win. So don't wait. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free case review. That's 844-POSTMAN. Because others promise, Postman Law delivers.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
So you can't go wrong with Paul McCartney either. So as a noted
anti-Christmas music guy. Alex is doing a good job. He's picking the winners.
Yeah, Alex is coming through. He's not doing any he's not doing the obvious cliche annoying ones. So no, Alex, great job behind the glass on this
nothing
Christmas.
Too slow, nothing too, as the texter said early, schmaltzy.
Is
Christmas music.
Is there a Christmas song that annoys you more than the others? Is there one that you're like, I hate that song?
There's probably 3 or 4.
Okay.
I just don't want to be. I don't
You
want to
do that?
humbug the whole day.
Got it.
Yeah, it's just look. If you give me, my streaming mix that has hip hop and 90s country and and everything else in between, and it could be random anything at any given time, I'm going to take that over Christmas music all day long.
There you go. Real quick, are you a one present on Christmas Eve, all presents on Christmas Eve, all presents on Christmas Day? How does that go?
Christmas Day.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm
I
a
think that's a way
Christmas
to go.
Day person, although my wife has had one gift sitting out tagged for me that specifically says on it, open early. And I keep asking, what does early mean?
Yeah.
What does early mean? She's like, I don't know, anytime, early. And I go, well, I'm not going to open it before Christmas Eve. There's definitely no way that's happening.
No.
I am a Christmas morning gift guy. I'm hard and fast on that.
No presents on Christmas Eve?
No.
We used to do one and then Christmas morning. But yeah, I think the morning's the way to go.
Yeah. It's just depending on the age of your kids, morning might be 4 a.m. It has been a couple of times in my house. It's going to be interesting now because the 10-year-old, I think, is still in that mold and going to be fired up and ready to go. But she now has 13-year-old siblings, and they're like, can we sleep till 10? And I don't think that's going to fly with the younger sister starting tomorrow.
They got to get up.
Yeah,
they got to get up.
They're going to have to get up. They're going to have to do it for little sister because she runs the house now. That's just the way it is. All right. On the text line, good feedback early this morning. We asked the 6 a.m. listeners, thumbs up, thumbs down, yes or no on the Christmas music for the bumpers today. We got a few requesting it, so Alex is doing a good job there. You can keep chiming in on that at 303-713-1043 for that. Also throw out there for the rest of the program, do you have any unique Christmas traditions? Like not the standard ones, right? Like something that is different, not anything that involves, what your family ritual is for your beliefs or, Christmas morning gifts. Like that's what everybody does, right? Is there anything you do specific for your meal that's different or outside of the box, for your gift exchanges, for where you go for Christmas? Like, for example, I'll throw one out there. Something that started with me and my best friend in high school. We couldn't stand being bored on Christmas Eve.
Because it is boring outside of the presents.
Because everything was closed.
Yeah.
And we couldn't do anything.
Yep.
And there was nowhere to go. And we would always look for like one movie theater that would be open and have like a 7 or an 8 o'clock movie to go to kill time, try to figure out what to do on Christmas Eve. But most of them would be closed. They'd shut down at like 5. So what we do now with my kids, and it helps out a lot when you have kids, is we get movie tickets for the evening of Christmas Eve because it passes the time and it gives them something to do so they're not just bouncing off the walls with excitement and they can't go to sleep, right? So it gives them something to do to pass the time before we can go home and go to bed. So we're going to go to the movie tonight with the family, and that's been a Christmas Eve tradition we try to do every year.
That's a good one. What movies are in?
Tonight it is going to be the Avatar movie. Avatar,
okay,
Fire
so
and Ash.
you got to get going. That movie's if you want to finish it by Christmas morning, you should probably start watching it now.
Yeah, exactly. So that helps, right? That kills a good 3.5 hours of what they would normally be doing, bouncing off the walls with excitement and asking to open presents and eating cookies and cocoa and everything else.
Avatar all day. That's a good one. Every Christmas morning, I listen to, since I was in 7th grade, Jay-Z's Volume 1 album. It's not Christmas themed, but it's a New York rap album. Those can sound cold. And I love that record, Volume 1. So that's what I do every Christmas morning. I listen to Jay-Z's second album. It's called Volume 1, but it's his second album.
So chime in on the text line, the almostlaw.com text line, with any unique traditions you have with you and your family or significant others. 303-713-1043 there. Okay, John. Avalanche win again last night.
Shocker.
1-0. Just absolute domination. They are on pace to be the highest point-scoring team in the history of the NHL. They're now 27-2-7 and 15-0-2 at home. They do it every way imaginable. They can grind out a 1-0 win. They can beat you 7-5, and they can do anything in between. They roll 4 lines constantly. They have 2 elite goaltenders. So it seems like everything is peachy heading into the Christmas holiday, the new year, and going forward, that this team should steamroll for their best chance for a cup, maybe even better than 2022. I'll tell you that I think the team is better than 2022.
I do.
Circa oddsmaker Jeff Davis, who's probably the best there is in Las Vegas at hockey, at the time had the 2022 Cup-winning team, the highest power-rated team he had ever had in the history of making odds for hockey.
No kidding.
This team's better.
Yeah.
So there's good, strong indication they could win the Cup. So it seems like everything should be good, nothing to complain about, business as usual. Let's just keep rolling along till we get to the playoffs. I do have one small concern. Is this the worst possible year to have an Olympic break, the way the Avalanche are rolling?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a unique thing because some players will play, some players will not. I mean, it's one thing to have a bye week in the NFL, you know, the All-Star break in the NBA. Those are not actually long gaps. They're just a break. This could hurt. I'm not a fan of momentum stopping.
Like 20 days.
Yeah, I don't like momentum stopping. To use the recent one we've seen, the Broncos needed to get healthy. They were tired, but we've seen what happened after the bye. They just weren't they haven't looked the same. Maybe the Avalanche pick it back up. But I don't want, let me put it like this. I don't know if it's directly the 20 days. I just don't want anything to change, to disrupt
or
what they have
anything to
going
happen
on
with the amount of guys they're going to have playing, knock on wood.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of different things that could happen there because people will play. The pride in the Olympics is going to be massive.
Olympic hockey's amazing. It's a bigger
great.
ice sheet. Guys are playing for their country. They're all-star teams playing full bore for their country. Like, Olympic hockey is incredible.
Yeah, it's awesome. And there's also this weird adrenaline dump, get up, get down type of mindset that could just throw everything off and disrupt it. So Olympic hockey's great. I wish I didn't have to watch it this year because I'd rather just watch the Avalanche keep beating the hell out of whoever's put in front of them.
This is how far we have to stretch on Christmas Eve because there's nothing else that even is remotely a question mark for the Avalanche team.
None.
We're stretching into February, looking ahead, going, okay, they're awesome. They're going to continue winning. They're never going to lose in regulation at home, apparently. They win every way imaginable. So I'm already starting to go, okay, if there is something that could upset the apple cart here, what could it possibly be? This is how far we're having to stretch.
Yeah, we're having to make it up. You and I on our Broncos pregame do a segment called Point to Prove. Could you imagine how hard it would be to come up who on the Avalanche has to prove anything at this point? And by the way, Chris McFarland, everybody was ripping him pretty good. I don't hear a lot of praise for him when he should probably be getting some.
Yeah. Just incredible. Like,
amazing.
Enjoy this team while we have them, guys. Like, enjoy all three of the teams that are playing right now. And I know two of them are currently coming off losses, so a little bit of a sour taste in the mouth for the Nuggets and the Broncos right now. The Avalanche just continue to roll and roll and roll. Man, if this goes on all season, like
we're talking we're talking potentially the best individual team in any sport we've ever had.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like this could be something, and this is an organization that won cups with Waugh, Sakic, and Forsberg. We had the '98 Broncos. We saw with the Nuggets rolling with Jokic, all these MVPs. This team is currently trending to be better than all of them.
Yes, I would say at this point in the season, unquestionably better than any championship team or otherwise that the city has ever seen to this point.
And that says a lot here.
Yeah, unbelievable. Another win last night, 1-0 for the Avs. Keep it rolling, boys. Merry Christmas to everybody. Enjoy your hockey. And they're off. They're off till Saturday. NHL takes a break. They don't mess around with Christmas Eve or Christmas at all. They turn it over to the NBA and the NFL now. So the Avs won't play again for a few days. They get to enjoy their holiday, which is kind of nice. I kind of like that for the players. It's great for us to have the entertainment on the holidays to gather around, but at least one sport can say, you know what? go and take your time and do your thing with your family. So I appreciate that about the NFL. All right, coming up next, we will dive back into this Broncos game. And for the first time in 3 months, what it looks like for Sean Payton's team coming off a loss.
Will the Broncos avoid the upset against a struggling Chiefs team? We'll react live in Denver and Kansas City during the Fan Football Postgame Show. Live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health. With the right equipment, you can train like a pro. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
The Ford end-of-the-year savings event is happening now at Siltahar Motors. Get 0% financing for up to 60 months, 0 down payment, and no payments for 90 days on select models, including all remaining 2025 F-150s, America's and Denver's best-selling truck. Conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory with sale pricing at sthmotors.com. Happy holidays from Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer, and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Fellas, it's the season to shine, and not just from the holiday lights. Manscaped is here to keep you looking sharp for every holiday party, family photo, and mistletoe moment. The Lawnmower 5, groin and body trimmer, and the Chairman Plus face shaver deliver precision, comfort, and control worthy of Santa's nice list. I've been good and nice. Whether you're tidying up before a big night out or preparing for New Year's Eve, Manscaped has your back. And your face too, to be exact. So gift yourself with some grooming greatness this season, because looking good is the best gift of all. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
The Boss, Bruce Springsteen Christmas. All right, we got The Boss, we got McCartney, we got Run DMC so far. We have a request on the text line, Alex, for John Lennon as well, since we played McCartney. So maybe we'll get to that throughout the course of the day.
Just no Mariah. No Mariah.
Yeah, no, let's stay away from the cheesy Christmas music. But Alex is doing a really good job.
Great job.
You know, we've left it up to Alex. We've left it at his discretion to choose what Christmas music is acceptable and what is not, and he's nailing it so far. So good job. Alex Becker is behind the glass running the show. Chad Andrus, John Davis in for Mike and Stoke and Mark today. And we're taking your Christmas Eve or Christmas traditions that are a little bit unorthodox or out of the ordinary on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. This one coming in from the 0571, John. Christmas Eve tradition is a movie box. Everyone gets a box containing a movie, pajamas, candy, and a bag of popcorn, and then they pick one movie to watch that night. That's a pretty good one, right? That keeps you out of having to worry about the movie theater tickets and what's open and what's available. That's a good way to kill the time.
I wonder if it's all Christmas movies or if it's like Predator or something.
Right? The old Die Hard Christmas movie argument. Here's one for you, John, talking about your listening traditions at Christmas. Notch says, I listen to Diggable Planets.
Oh, that's a good one.
A refutation of time and space this time of year.
What
makes that relevant to the time of year?
I think for me, and I'd be interested to know what they say. For me, it's just when I was young, I was listening to that album during the holidays, so it just reminds me of that. It's when I listen to Jay-Z Volume 1, which outside of the attempted radio hits is a flawless record. It just reminds me of that time of year every year. It just gets me in a good mood. So I'm sure that's why the texter has the same reasoning.
Brian and Evans also says 3 years ago I started a new tradition of making Christmas enchiladas for Christmas Day, making all of the fresh red sauce. He's got some recipe there.
Can I come over?
The red and green Christmas colors, right? So he makes the red and the green enchilada sauces. Merry Christmas, gents. Merry Christmas to you, Brian,
bring some by for chat.
Happy holidays to everyone. Yeah, absolutely. Drop some off. We'll be here Friday morning. And then the 8832 is my Christmas tradition is that my mom and I go to Blackhawk on Christmas Day. There you go. All right.
Nothing better than getting real depressed.
hey, I wish Christmas cheer to you.
I hope you win.
A Christmas miracle on the machines or the tables or whatever your game of choice may be in that one. One other text just of note relating to our last segment. And again, you can chime in with your Christmas traditions, with the Christmas music you want to hear today on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. This comes in from the 8823 that the ice sheet at this year's Olympics is actually smaller than an NHL sheet. Leave it to the Italians to screw it up. Normally Olympic hockey is amazing. You get the best skaters and players in the world on all-star teams playing full bore on larger sheets of ice, and it's incredible. But if they don't fix that or get that right, and it doesn't sound like they're going to, it won't be as dynamic as it normally is in an Olympic year.
And I'm sure there'll be no uproar because hockey fans handle things that get out of tradition real well. So.
Right, especially when national pride is involved as well. No one will be upset about that at all. All right, we'll get to what this Broncos game looks like in Kansas City in just a few minutes here. But first, Alex, let's get to 4 down territory.
Welcome to 4 Down Territory, where Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth keep you up to date on the latest buzz from around the Denver sports scene and beyond. Kicking it off with First Down.
Avs win again last night. The machine just keeps rolling on and on and on and on and on. And 1-0, the victory over the Mammoth. They have not lost in regulation at home this year. Sam Girard gets the goal. And the shutout goes to Scott Wedgwood with 32 saves in this one. I'm really left speechless on this team, John. I know we put them first in 4 down territory. We talk about them being 15-0-2 at home. But at this point, what do you say about this machine that just keeps steamrolling everyone?
It's like we've talked about. It's you have to tune in every night. Because for one, it just you don't know how they're going to win. This is their second 1-0 win, I think, in the last month. They had one with the Blackhawks. I believe it can be that if you like goaltending, you're going to get that. If you like high scoring, you're going to get that. What I like about this Avalanche team, I mentioned it earlier, they're not top heavy like they used to. It felt like the last 2 years, if you could survive the McKinnon, Rantanen, Makar minutes, you could beat the Avalanche. Now they're getting it from the other lines. They're getting Olofsson, Girard, Jack Drury, Malinsky, Brent Burns. You could go on and on and on. Everybody is finding a way to contribute. And then once those guys contribute, those dudes on the top line start really pouring it on you. I don't remember ever watching a hockey, and hockey fans, let me know because I'm sure it happens. I've watched hockey a long time, but just I watch this team exclusively. to where you can count on goals. Goal scoring seems so random. Every time a goal is scored, my mind is blown. I'm like, I cannot believe they just pulled this off. But with them, it's like, oh, it's coming. And then it happens.
You're expecting like 2 every period.
Yeah, it's insane how quickly it happens. And then, like with the Minnesota game the other night, the cascade in the second period. That happened early on in the game. It's you're never safe. You never feel good playing the Avalanche. That said, I think the showdown, much like the Broncos with the Chiefs, much like the Nuggets with the Timberwolves, the Dallas Stars, hopefully we get that in the playoffs down the line. That's the team that's still kind of there.
I'm okay if we don't get that in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I'm good.
But just overall with this Avalanche team, I'll shut up now because there's not enough that can be said about really how great this is to watch.
I've experienced moments with all 3 of the teams that are currently playing, Broncos, Nuggets, and Avalanche this year. And, particular to Jokic or Murray over the last, 7 years, particular to Pat Surtain or Zach Allen or Nick Bonito, J.K. Dobbins early in the season. I've experienced moments with those players and those teams where I'm watching on television and I just start laughing. Like I just start laughing at a play that they make. I'm like, come on, man, are you kidding me? Like you're doing that to professional athletes?
Yeah.
But I think I do it more watching the Avalanche than I do with anybody else. And that's hard to say as much as I love basketball and as much as I watch Jokic. Because Jokic makes you do it 3 or 4 times a game with a pass, with a touch on a shot, with a deflection, whatever the case may be, with calling out the other team's play on an inbound. Like you'll just giggle going, this guy's just on a different level. But I do it every single period the Avalanche play.
Yeah, it's the 2 that stick out for me with the Avalanche this year, the Edmonton game and the Florida game. Those are the 2 top teams of the past few years, and they beat the hell out of them. It was never close. Neither game was close. And in the second period, this isn't what happened, but it feels like the Avalanche are like behind the back scoring goals, like just showing off to where they showed up and they said, oh, you think you're good? We're going to make you feel terrible. When you leave, you will feel terrible about yourself and you will feel terrible about playing us again. And those 2 games I was laughing at what they were doing to them.
There are points in every game and almost every period where it's like you're watching the Globetrotters on skates.
That's a great way to put it.
And it's like if you watch sports for entertainment, I got a team for you. It's the Colorado Avalanche.
They had a goal. I can't remember if it was the Winnipeg game or the Minnesota game this week. It was McKinnon to Natchez right in front of the net. And it's like, how are they moving that much faster than everybody else on the ice? And it's also one of those, the goalie and the other team's going, what do you want me to do when they can do this? It's incredible. And like we said last segment, this is trending to be maybe the best team any sport we've ever seen here in Colorado.
They just keep on doing it. They just keep on and on and on doing it. All right, second down. Nuggets lose last night in Dallas, 131-130, and it's another game on a back-to-back, which we haven't seen in quite a long time on the road because they came in with an 11-game road winning streak where the Nuggets kind of played with their food a little bit early, and this time it came back to bite them, and it came back to bite them because 19-year-old Cooper Flagg lit them up, going 14 of 21 for 33 points with 9 rebounds and 9 assists.
Yeah, from the jump. I don't think he missed until the second quarter. He was hitting all his threes. He was getting them in the paint. He was smiling. He was getting a rhythm. You can feel that team, even though the kid's 19, the Mavericks really kind of feed off of him. With the Nuggets, what's irritating to me is Jamal, great this season. I think the best we've seen him from the jump. He's not relying on heroics late. He's trying to just play well throughout the game. What's important about, as you said, playing with their food, Jamal and Jokic, you're fine. You can't play with the food because we need the other guys to not have to wait to get in rhythm. It's important for the other guys, for Cam Johnson, who we hope he's better. He hit a couple really big threes last night, but before that, he was just kind of not out there almost, and they played around with the rotations a little bit too much early in that game, pulling guys in and out. It's find a way to just establish some sort of baseline rhythm early on, because it was frustrating because that's a game they could have won by 10 if they didn't do that.
Joker and Jamal were there again. They combined for 60 points and 28 assists between the two of them. And Tim Hardaway, awesome, again off the bench. 7 threes, 23 points. Bruce Brown played well, 6 of 7, had 13. Offense was not an issue in this one. They just didn't defend. They did not defend at all. Cooper Flagg and Anthony Davis had their way. AD had 31 and 9 in that contest. And I think the thing that really stood out to me was Cooper Flagg. You mentioned how much he was smiling and how happy he was, how excited he was. He took advantage of the NBC spotlight being on a national broadcast and playing against the best player in the world. And I think he personally was getting a lot of satisfaction of, I'm going to show you why I'm the number 1 pick, and I can do this against anybody, regardless of the fact that the Nuggets weren't guarding. Right, he's not taking that into account. Right, that was. I know he's had a 40-point game, but considering he did it in the spotlight he was in, he might tell you that was his best game because he was a rebound and assist away from a triple-double, and he was a plus 10 against Denver, who's the second best team in basketball.
Yeah, he was good, and yeah, he did take advantage of that spotlight. He still. I saw a lot of people say last night he was the best player on the floor last night. No, he wasn't. That's Nikola Jokic always. Did you see Jokic's no-look pass to Cam Johnson for 3?
Yeah.
Only one guy.
Yeah.
Only
Again, it's
only
another one
guy.
of those LOL moments when you're watching.
Question I have for
every
you.
night.
Did you have a problem with the last shot?
I didn't have a problem with it, except Payton Watson did not play well in that game offensively. He didn't make a shot. And Jokic is always going to make the right play, and he gave him the chance to redeem himself and knock down the game winner. But he only took 3 shots in the game, and that one was the third at the buzzer. It was in and out. It was a clean, good look. I don't have a problem with Jokic giving him the ball. You got to make that shot. You got to make that shot.
That's where I'm at. The guy's open. That's a shot. If Peyton Watson is a high where he's highest percentage, that's kind of his shot. Yeah, a lot of people were saying Jokic should have put it in. I didn't have a problem with it. If it goes in, it's brilliant.
I mean, there were 3 guys there. It would have been a tough shot for Jokic.
Yeah.
I think we're conditioned to think with his touch, his size, he's going to make all of them. It would have been a tough shot. It would have been challenged, potentially even grazed with a finger on it. He got an open look, and you can't ask for anything better than an open look corner 3 to win the game. You guys got to make those shots.
Yeah, I had no problem with it.
All right, third down. We will move on before we get into the Broncos to the playoff picture, John, and the way this is looking to shape up and shake out in the postseason for the NFL and what the schedule looks like. Right now, even despite the loss to the Jaguars, the Broncos sit as the number 1 seed in the AFC because they have the tiebreaker over the other 3-loss team, the New England Patriots, with 2 games to play. So right now it's looking like Broncos 1, Patriots 2, Jags 3, Steelers 4, and of course only 1 bye week in the NFL now. That would be the Broncos, but they do have to take care of their business the rest of the way. Seahawks are currently the number 1 seed in the NFC, and a lot of things can happen over these last 2 weeks. We're primarily focused on the Broncos, but I think it is important to acknowledge here the Chargers, the Bills, the Texans, the Patriots, the Jaguars, even the Steelers, everybody who is in position to make the AFC playoffs all still very much have something to play for.
Yeah, and that's exciting down the stretch, and how it shakes out, it's going to be weird because there's going to be 1 or 2 games that don't go the way you thought they were. Somebody's going to drop one that they absolutely shouldn't. I know it's basketball, but we're talking about the Nuggets a few years ago dropping one to the Spurs second to last game, and it screwed up everything. The Broncos 2015 championship, Dolphins beat the Patriots that last week, and that allowed the Broncos to get the 1 seed with a win over the Chargers. So somebody's going to drop a game they shouldn't, and some sort of seeding or some sort of division winner is going to get disrupted. With this season in the NFL, it's kind of hard to see where that's coming from because teams drop games they shouldn't, teams win games they shouldn't. It's going to be pretty interesting last few weeks.
So for the Broncos, their magic number for the AFC West in relation to the Chargers is 2. That means a combination of Bronco wins and or Charger losses needs to be 2 for the Broncos to clinch the West. For the number 1 seed in regard to the Patriots, it's 3 with 2 games to play. So a combination of 2 Bronco wins in a Patriots loss, actually, it would be just 2 for the Broncos as well, right? Because they could win both.
Yeah, Broncos
right?
control their own.
Yeah, so the magic number is 2 for both the number 1 seed and the AFC West in that regard. In the NFC, do you think the Seahawks hang on here and take the number 1 seed at 12-3? And if so, do you favor them?
Who do they have left?
Seattle's remaining schedule. Let's see.
They have they got the Panthers and the 49ers. Okay, so the Niners can win that. The 49ers, I think, have a path to the 1 seed. And then who do the Rams have? The Rams have the Falcons and the Cardinals. So
the Rams are currently the 6th seed, and they're the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
I know, that's crazy. And then let's look at the 49ers, who they have left. Okay, so somebody out of the West is going to the Super Bowl, I think, in the NFC. It could be any one of those 3, any one of those teams. The 49ers have I don't know who they have left.
Well, they would have the Seahawks.
They got the Bears
as
and the Seahawks. Oh, yeah. So Bears, Seahawks. I think the Rams take the 1 seed.
Go from 6-1 at 11-4 right now.
The Niners and Seahawks, that could just get screwed up. They both have the Seahawks have the Panthers and the Niners. The Niners have the Bears and the Seahawks. They both have tough games left. The Rams are going to coast through these last 2 games.
Not the Bears.
Bears is an interesting one. They've got the 49ers, and then I'm guessing probably Detroit, Green Bay. No, they already played Green Bay. Detroit could spoil that.
Because Detroit is still staying alive barely.
But they're good. Now, do they sit guys if they're out of it? That's kind of interesting. If the Bears sneak in, you got the West kind of cannibalizing each other with the 49ers and the Seahawks. Just the Rams aren't going to lose. So that's kind of my main thing.
I would be shocked if they did. So you're talking about them finishing at 13-4.
Yeah.
Detroit has to win out, and they need Green Bay to lose out, essentially.
Which could happen.
Well, the Packers
Jordan Love is out.
They have the Ravens, and then they have they finish with the Vikings. I think they have the Ravens and the Vikings left.
So the Packers have to lose both games.
I think the Packers have to lose both, and the Lions have to win both.
So that's not happening. That seems a lot.
Yeah, so right now the Packers are the 7th seed.
Because I don't know who's going to quarterback the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy's out again. So that's going to be – the Packers could win that with Malik Willis probably if they had to.
But he's injured.
He's injured too?
He's got a bad shoulder. I don't know if he's going to play or not, but he got hurt in that Bears game. So
oh my God,
I don't know if he's capable or if he will last an entire game.
So the NFC is going to be interesting. I think the Rams are the best team. I think they have the best remaining schedule. I think they get it. The Niners and Seahawks are just going to screw it up for each other and help the Rams out.
If you have to pick right now for your Super Bowl, who are you picking?
Oh man, because I'm mad about last weekend. Maybe ask me again in 2 weeks.
No, I'm asking you right now. Right now,
just,
on the spot.
It's Christmas, so I don't want to do that. I don't want to say that they give me the Broncos and the Rams.
I would certainly lean towards the Rams. The AFC, boy. AFC's tough.
It really feels like Josh Allen is going to make it happen.
If you could just tell me who the top seed in the AFC is, I would feel much more comfortable making a selection. But
if it's the Broncos.
If it's the Broncos as the top seed,
they get the bye. They get 2 games in Denver, assuming they win.
Who's going to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
It's Christmas, John. Don't put me on the spot.
That you did it to me, and I had to do the thing.
Yeah. But I'm driving this car.
Yeah.
I did say last night on Denver Sports Tonight with Dante and earlier with Will and Jake, wrapping up with the drive. The goal is to win the Super Bowl. Right. I don't think the Broncos can win the Super Bowl unless they're the number 1 seed.
Okay.
It's very hard for me to see them getting there if they're not the number 1 seed. I think they absolutely have to have it to win it. I could see there's still a path where they're the number 2 seed. in the playoffs, right? They could lose to the Chargers,
right,
after the Chargers lose to the Texans and still win the AFC West and be number 2. But that was a question that Dante posed to me last night. With 2 weeks to go, if you could guarantee the number 2 seed, would you take it, or would you roll the dice for knowing you were either going to be 1 or 5?
You go for 1.
Yeah, you have to go for 1.
You go for 1. It doesn't really matter after that. Also, to be honest, I think the Broncos can get to the Super Bowl without the 1 seed. I don't think
they can win it.
Okay.
It's hard for me to see a path for them getting there without it, but if they're the 2, I can see playing 2 home games and something else happening, and then potentially a 3rd home game, right, and getting to the Super Bowl, right? So I can see a somewhat remote possibility of winning 3 games and getting there. I don't think they can win it if they're not the 1 seed.
Because they got to play an extra game.
Because they have to play. They have to win 4 games.
They have to win 4 games. That's hard. You got to beat 4 good teams, 4 good quarterbacks. The road in the AFC, Buffalo's a tough place to kind of go play because you're not Patrick Mahomes, and they beat you pretty good last year, and your defense is leaky. I think the Broncos would like those Jaguars again. I think they'd like to run that one back.
What if they had to go there?
It's fine. It's the Jacksonville home field advantage is now you got people in pools out there. And I think Sean Payton looked at Liam Cohen's manufactured motivation there and is saying, "Oh, okay. Oh, you're bad now. I got you."
He was complimenting him.
He was complimenting
He was
him.
giving them a compliment.
And then they gloated afterwards. I think Sean Payton's sitting there going, "Okay, cool, man. We'll see you again."
I had given Liam Cohen the benefit of the doubt up to that point, even as much as he screwed up Travis Hunter when he was healthy.
Yeah.
I'd given him the benefit of the doubt because he turned Trevor Lawrence around, and I didn't think anyone was going to do that. But then he went and did that. And
after
Sean Payton
the
was
game,
giving him a compliment, saying small market, people aren't paying attention to you, and you're really good. He was complimenting.
All he said was, because where you play, people aren't seeing you.
Yes.
I see you. You're very good. And then they're sitting there doing all of that. Hey, Jacksonville, guys, there's 2 games left in the season. What are you doing? Great win. Great win. I think the Broncos want that one back. And I think the Broncos very quietly just kept their mouth shut. You remember now Shanahan in 98 kind of vanillaed the offense against the Dolphins late in the year. That's not what happened with Sean Payton, so I want to be clear. But those Dolphins were doing this riding the Bronco dance on the sidelines, and like Ray Kroc and a bunch of guys said, we were going, "Oh, okay. Okay, we'll see you again." And they beat them like 38-3 in the playoffs.
If the Broncos put up 38 in a playoff game,
I'll be shocked.
Color me shocked, and I will be pleasantly surprised.
Real quick, I'm going to give you a ranking of the 3 teams that concern me the most to play in the AFC in the playoffs.
Okay.
In order. The Buffalo Bills, because of that guy at quarterback, and
Okay.
James Cook. That combination only. Nothing else, but they're so good.
Mm-hmm.
The Houston Texans with that defense. And then the Chargers, because they just keep getting it done.
Agree on all 3 teams. May differ on the order a bit, but absolutely those 3 teams are going to be tougher to get through, in my opinion, than New England, Jacksonville, or Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
and that being said, after Jacksonville just came in there and kicked their butt.
Yeah, it's. I think it's the Broncos are one of those 3, and I know I'm really being bold by predicting one of these 4 teams will be in the Super Bowl. But those are the teams that
of the 7, one of these 4 is going to make it.
Yeah,
yeah.
But
right? Of the 8 left in the college football playoff, 4 might win.
They might win. Yeah. So that's where I land on that.
All right. To beat any of them in the playoffs and to make a deep run, Broncos are going to have to find some answers on one side of the football. Where do they come from? Next.
Denver is headed to Arrowhead for a Christmas showdown with Kansas City. Get yourself ready for kickoff with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 2 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
How about a simple New Year's resolution? One that even I could achieve. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there's no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience. I had this done 20 years ago with Advanced Hair Restoration. Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Just call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Men, it's the holidays, a time of love and joy. But if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, the season can be tough on you. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can give to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. And as a Promenic restorative health practice, we've literally seen countless thousands of relationships renewed across the nation. Plus, with treatments having success rates well over 90%, coupled with many treatment options, we can likely find the right one for you. You may even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us and give your partner the best gift you can give this season, a renewed, restored relationship. Your first visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in our office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey, Stoke here from my friends at Cajun Wealth. I've talked about Cajun Wealth for a while, but now I'm actually a client. And let me tell you, they made retirement planning simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. I walked away feeling more confident, more prepared, and honestly relieved. If you've ever wondered whether your plan could be better, don't wait. Get yourself and your family the gift of peace of mind this season. Call my friends at Cajun Wealth today for your complimentary consultation. 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. They have offices conveniently located in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. My guys at Cajun Wealth will get you taken care of. Cajun Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger. Advisory services through Cajun Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Postman Law, we're not your typical injury firm. Our lawyers have won at the U.S. Supreme Court, gone head-to-head with giants like Uber and Amazon, and recovered billions for clients. When you've been injured, having the right lawyer matters. PostmanLaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney advertising.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This Jackson 5? Young Michael. Okay. Alex Becker playing the hits behind the glass.
The deep cuts.
Yeah, deep cuts. Young, how old's Michael there? 10?
Oh, probably.
12?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't even know.
Really young. Really young Michael Jackson. Alex Becker is spinning the hits. Chad Andrus, John Davis with you in for Mike and Stoke and Stink today. We'll also be in on Friday. One thing, John, we don't need to address it here. We hope to get into it a little bit by then. We'll see how it goes with all the games on and everything tomorrow. But definitely at some point, if not Friday, we will try to catch up and get into that Elway documentary. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I'm hoping to watch it by Friday. I'm so looking forward to it. I'm like purposely not watching it because I want it. That first experience, I'm really excited.
That might have to be a today thing, given all the games tomorrow and our pregame and the Broncos tomorrow night, Nuggets tomorrow night, and then we turn around back in the morning. So we will get to that. Maybe save it for Friday. We've been asking on the text line for your Christmas song suggestions that you want to hear on the returns, and you guys are doing a good job there. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. And we've also asked for any unique traditions you have around Christmas. Not the standard stuff that everybody does, but something that is maybe a little bit off the beaten path. And coming in from the 8771, my wife and I have started an Italian Christmas dinner, cozy little warm lasagna on Christmas. That sounds like it's a pretty good one there. Also, we got... NoCo Dan saying about 20 years ago, we started going to an Asian restaurant in Brush on Christmas Day. Great food and service. Haven't been able to go in a few years, but they hope to get. I was in Brush on Saturday.
Where is that?
It is Western Kansas.
Oh.
Yeah, it's out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that there was an Asian restaurant out there. I know there's a diner that I've had some in-law family gatherings at that's very popular. I'll just put it this way. We have a room reserved for about 25, 30 people to have a family dinner out there.
In Brush?
In Brush.
Okay.
In the same building, there was a farm and ranch auction happening.
Cool.
So if you walked out of the room in the hallway to go to the restroom, the next room was the auctioneer auctioning off hay bales and livestock.
Could you have gone in there and got yourself some hay?
I think I could have been a bidder. If I wanted to haul some hay home, yeah. There were a lot of people there. But that's what's going on out in Brush during the holiday season.
Auctions.
Yeah, they were auctioning off bales of hay while we were eating our family Christmas dinner. That's what I was doing Saturday. So I know you're jealous. Keep bringing the responses in on the text line for the Christmas traditions. Anything else you want to hear? And John, you'll like this one from the 9565. Play DMX singing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yeah. That's one. I don't know if that's clean. Is it?
I think it is.
It's DMX.
It is DMX.
It's DMX. Rest in peace to the dog. One of the greatest of all time.
When I was quick little aside, when I was a young professional, college and shortly thereafter, and was part of the nightlife scene. Let's just say pretty regularly. in Dallas.
Anybody listening to college? And in Denver, there was a nickname that went for that.
There was, but it started way before here. It started in Dallas. And I had two friends, two of my very good friends that I would go out on the town with, and they were brothers from a neighboring town. One looked exactly in the face like Terrell Davis, but was built like Dre Greenlaw. So he was like a bodybuilder monster, but he looked exactly like Terrell Davis.
I wish I looked like that.
His older brother looked identical to DMX. And we would go out.
And then there's you.
Yeah, and then there's me.
There's you.
And we would go out to bars and clubs, and they would just stand by a table or a booth, and they would tell people that they were my bodyguard. And they were like, well, but like, who's he? And they go, oh, that's Chad. And they go, yeah, but like, who is he? Why doesn't he? No, it's just Chad.
We told you.
That's all they would say. It was an effective strategy.
I'll
just say that.
Yeah, I don't go to the bars, but if I had that company, I would absolutely be back out there.
Lot of recommendations coming in for the Christmas songs. Alex, you might want to check out the text line, stuff that I'm not familiar with, and definitely check it if it's safe for airplay. But a lot of recommendations coming in for stuff that is definitely not mainstream, as well as a few of the other ones, like Christmas Time Is Here Again by the Beatles. So we'll try to squeeze them all in and get to them throughout the course of the day. I will circle back to some of your Nuggets texts as well regarding that game last night and what we're looking forward to with the Nuggets and the Wolves coming up tomorrow night. But the Broncos tomorrow night are taking on a Chiefs team in a game that is not living up to what we had all expected and thought it would be towards the end of the season. But there are still some things that I think are definitely concerning going into this contest. Primarily, John, what the defense has looked like since the bye week. And when they came out of the bye and went to Washington, since that point, they're giving up 8.5 points per game more than they did prior to the bye week. I don't think it's a coincidence that this started when Vance Joseph's defense went up against Cliff Kingsbury's offense, who was the head coach when he was his former defensive coordinator. What did he find, and what did he do that other teams are now following?
Well, to me, not being like a Mark Schlereth telestrator person, the quarterback's using his legs, quarterback's getting rid of the ball quickly. They're finding somehow or another, whatever happened on there, to me there seems to be a lot of wide open receivers 15 to 20 yards downfield. They're cutting through across the field. Washington, they were able to use the sidelines a little bit more because of the talent they have with Devo Samuel and McLaurin. But they're beating the pass rush. And I don't know if they're beating it by keeping where they're moving the quarterback, but the quarterback is finding ways to keep drives alive. Trevor Lawrence survived the pass rush early on in that game, but then he started being able to run out there. They're kind of using, I don't know if it's the aggressiveness of the Broncos, but they've found a way to take advantage of the aggressiveness of the Broncos. The issue I have with it all is going back to last season. It's something I said going into this season. I said it after the Chargers game, after the Colts game, heading into the Eagles game. Vance Joseph doesn't have answers, and that bothers me. When it starts, the floodgates open, Vance Joseph does not know how to counter. He couldn't counter last year against Baltimore, against Cincinnati, against Cleveland, and I get that it was Levi Wallace in that game. Against Buffalo in the playoffs, we've seen it these last 4 weeks. Vance doesn't have answers, and that bothers me because now it's been 4 weeks. The Raiders sucked and your defense, quote unquote, played good. It didn't play good given who the opponent was that week. So that's ultimately my concern is the blueprint is out and Vance Joseph does not know what to do about it.
Sean Payton was asked yesterday if his defense is fading.
I don't buy it. I mean, you can listen, our defense played pretty well last week. So, you look for those trends and I think our defense has been
My bad.
this year. They played a good
All right.
offense yesterday.
Sean is talking. Trust me, we can hear him in the studio. It was plugged in. All right, we will figure that out. Somebody unplugged me.
Live radio.
All right,
Might be on the other side.
I'm going to blame Dante. I'm going to blame Dante Gomez for this because he was the only person in here last night after me when this was plugged in when I left. So I'm going to blame Dante.
But with that,
yeah,
the Broncos' defense has been it's been rough and. Vance, that's kind of my whole thing with all of it is at some point you got to put it back on the quarterback or back on the coach. But yeah, Sean, I find Sean Payton's response to the question of the defense fading to be pretty interesting. And we'll get it. We'll get Sean. Here we go. Here we go.
I promise we will get it. We will get Sean on the defense fading. I promise we will.
By it. I mean, you can listen. Our defense played pretty well last week, so you look for those trends, and I think our defense has been outstanding this year. They played a good offense yesterday, and look, they struggled. We didn't play well yesterday defensively, but certainly the week before against a good offense, we played well and had a big win. So I don't see it.
Did you think they played well against the Packers?
No. They played well once the right guard and Christian Watson went down. But other than that, they had not stopped him, other than LaFleur's absurd decision to throw at Pat Surtain. No, Green Bay was kind of doing what they want. The big concern with that game was Green Bay scored every drive they had in the first half, but I think they only had one touchdown. They come out in the second half and they score a touchdown. So they found something even bigger, the Green Bay did, and the Broncos got fortunate that Green Bay got injured. If Green Bay doesn't get injured, I'm not sure if that game ends the way that it did. Bo was fantastic. The offense was ball in that game. The defense was bad. It was another case of the defense not being able to get off the field other than an injury helping them out.
We do this a lot with Sean Payton, and it happens a lot with strong personalities, head coaches. They will say something, and it's just kind of accepted as they say that as fact, and we move on and don't circle back. Packers scored on their first 5 possessions.
Yep.
They lost a guard, they lost their top wide receiver, and Josh Jacobs was bagged up and not playing late in the game for a game for them that was at elevation, sandwiched in between their 2 most important games of the year. And they scored the first 5 times they had the ball.
Yeah, they were playing for the 1 seed at that point.
The only time they got the only time they got stopped and it got turned around is when they inexplicably felt the need to throw deep at Pat Surtain when it wasn't necessary at all. Like they helped in that regard.
And they were up 2 scores at that point as well.
And when you talk about Vance not having answers and not adjusting, that game in particular, the Broncos backed off of who they are and what they do best, which is get in your face, bump you at the line of scrimmage, play man coverage, and they played more zone than they had all season because of the way Jordan Love had carved up man-to-man coverage. And he did that again for 5 straight possessions. But yet Sean comes out and says we played well. And it's just accepted and they move on. And then they say, well, they played a good team and, it's a one-off and whatever he's saying about Jackson. I think there is cause for concern.
Yep.
And it's happened since Cliff Kingsbury was the guy calling the plays against a guy that was formerly on his coaching staff. And I'm worried about this now going forward. Not necessarily tomorrow against the Chiefs, but 100% against Justin Herbert and the Chargers, who even with a mechanical hand and no offensive line is still torching people.
Yeah, he can't use one hand, and they're finding a way to beat it, and their defense is helping him out, and Herbert's making big plays. I have that same concern with Herbert's ability to extend plays. Again, just because a guy's not Randall Cunningham doesn't mean he's not effective with his feet and being able to manipulate where he is on the field. Vance Joseph, look, certain teams stop you. Mike Shanahan, everybody knew it was coming with that cutback run. Everybody knew it was coming. They still executed it. Right now, what I'm seeing from Vance Joseph is we are seeing an incredibly talented defense. A defense that after last year when Vance couldn't get people off the field against Baltimore, against Cincinnati, they went out and got him Hufanga, and they went out and got him Greenlaw. They used their first-round draft pick on a defensive player. They re-signed DJ Jones. They extended Zach Allen. They did all of that stuff. And then the same problem persists. At times to me, it feels like Vance Joseph is hoping the talent just out-talents who they're playing. And he's not finding any way to be creative. He's not finding any way to counter anything. And they're getting beat. And what do they have to do to counter that? I don't know, but I'm not the defensive coordinator. It's not up for me to decide. But as of right now, what is Josh Allen and James Cook going to do against what we've seen? Because they're better than Trevor Lawrence and whoever he's got. They're better than Jordan Love and whoever's he's got. Josh Allen will put up 45 on this defense the way they're playing right now. Vance has to figure this out.
2 things stand out when you bring up that name. And we were texting during the game about this. It was Jonathan Cooper and Q Robinson that both bit hard inside and let Trevor Lawrence get around the corner early in that game. When you think about that being Josh Allen, it becomes very scary. Yeah. Or even Justin Herbert. Let's be honest. Justin Herbert has killed them with his legs.
Herbert can do it. If Lamar rolls into town.
Yeah.
I mean.
Okay, so, I mean, you can't expect that you're going to play Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
Right. You're not going to get him, and you're certainly not going to get him 3 times in the postseason. So that is scary in its own right. Here's the other thing in the point that you bring out about the answers and the adjustments. That game started against the Jaguars in the first quarter, and Jacksonville couldn't block Denver up front.
No.
They got sacked on their first 2 third downs.
Right.
What changed?
Exactly. something changed. And that, I don't know if they moved from press man to zone in that game, but something got weird. They panicked like after the false start debacle that happened. And the other thing, not only that, when you mentioned they were getting pressure and sacking him, nobody was open. One problem Trevor Lawrence had is that he was under pressure, but nobody was running open. The Broncos looked like they were going to shut him out at the beginning of that game, and something happened. And it's hard to find out what happened. Trevor Lawrence kind of moved around in the pocket. I think a large part of it has to be they survived, and they got confident. Jacksonville found a way to survive, and they got confident. They started executing, and that made the Broncos kind of have to start trying to keep everything in front of them, much like they did against Green Bay.
Look, every time they lose, we get overly critical, and there's an element of the fan base that is the sky is falling, even after they won 11 straight prior to that. I do think that game was closer than the score indicated, and there are a number of different plays that could have swung it in a big way, either direction. And that's even if you eliminate just the poor tackling, the missed tackling, which the yards after catch were ridiculous for Parker Washington, and how they, Riley Moss missing the one on the sideline. And, that was a huge part of it. But even if you remove those, to me, there's two plays that I think drastically could have changed the momentum in the direction, the path of this game. One was late in the first half on the third down throw. Bo threw it behind Pat Bryant, but it still hit him in the hands, and he dropped it. That would have picked up a first down. They would have been moving. They could have scored on that drive, and it would have changed the dynamic of the rest of the game. That was a huge momentum play. The other one that I think was the biggest difference maker in the game when it was tied was the body weight call on Malcolm Roach on the sack. Because if that's a sack and they're pinned back and they're going the other way, and the Broncos gain momentum and getting the ball back, again, you're talking about a different path, a different trajectory of the game, and it doesn't look nearly as bad as it ended up looking, being really a not close two-score game late in the fourth quarter. But you're talking about two plays making an enormous difference there. That's the margin of error.
Yeah, and that's how it's going to be in the playoffs. That's where it's going to be. And not only the Pat Bryant, they're in field goal range. Green Bay turns around, Vance goes prevent at the end of the half, which you and I have joked, there's 32 people on this planet that don't know the prevent defense doesn't work, and they're all defensive coordinators. And it's absurd. I think back, you know what this game reminded me of? And James Palmer talked about this, that the locker room afterwards was happy this happened now and not in the playoffs. This was the Ravens 2012 game. The series of events that needed to happen for the Broncos to lose that game happened. You had a phantom PI call, or a no call on a PI pick six. They shoved Eric Decker out of the way. The Broncos are about to go up 10 at halftime. Matt Prater kicks the ground and misses the field goal, and the Ravens turn around and score. You just got a bunch. It was one of those, these 10 things need to happen. This game, Will Lutz misses a field goal. You get a false start that you lose because it's so loud, the whistle's not heard, and the quarterback gets blown up because you drew up a safety blitz. Whoever committed that false start saved the season and the seeding for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That dumb false start penalty was maybe everything. Then you add on what you're talking about. Pat Bryant drop. Malcolm Roach with this body weight. It's by the letter of the law. Sean Payton goes trick play. It works. Cortland drops the ball. It was just this odd, it kept happening. The Jaguars had none of that happen. And that ultimately is kind of what happened in that game.
But it is what happens in the NFL. These are not unique to Broncos games. Right. I mean, did anybody watch the Packers and the Bears the other night and how that game finished? Did anybody watch that?
Minute 59, down 10.
Yeah. That is the modern NFL. That is how it works. So, it's interesting to see what this defense is going to do and how they're going to respond. I almost feel like because of the quarterback situation in Kansas City, because they have receivers in concussion protocol and they have nothing left to play for, they almost get a trial run to figure out how to fix it. It's a short week. You can't change a ton of stuff, but you can refine what you know and what you're supposed to be doing and make sure it works right. And P.J. Locke is doing what he's supposed to do in place of Brandon Jones. And you get kind of a practice run before the Chargers. This is what this game tomorrow night should be for that defense. A get-right game on their basic fundamentals. Not anything new, not anything different, but get right before it really matters, because there's very much a scenario that it can be for everything in Week 18 if the Chargers beat the Texans.
Yeah, and it reminds me of earlier this year. They're coming off these back-to-back losses against the Colts and the Chargers. Can't get off the field. Defense cannot get a stop. They get a Joe Burrow-less Cincinnati on Monday Night Football. They stomp them. They kind of get right. That allows them to go into Philly the next week, play better, get that big win against the Eagles that kind of kick-started this really kind of impressive run. So this, I'm looking at, it's a Mahomes-less Chiefs. This is a team you should be able to kind of handle, and then that kind of allows you to reset. And then after the Chiefs game, you can actually go back and look at the Jags game also, because they didn't have time. They had to move on to Kansas City. Then you get time to reevaluate.
Any concern at all offensively on the short week after what you saw from the Raiders game the first time on a short week?
Well, yeah, and I look at the London game too, because that's a weird travel schedule. They looked like trash in London against the Jets and against the Raiders. Sean blamed the game plan against the Raiders. I say go out, do the game plan you had against the Jaguars. It worked for a large part of that game. Just do that again. Don't try anything. But until I see them be able to until I see this Broncos offense perform well under different circumstances, there's a concern. But I think they win either way. But do they get 13 points or 25? We'll see.
They're going to have to start scoring more points. They're going to have to start playing like they did in the month basically leading up to the Jacksonville game. And that is a very specific way.
And they were
playing.
solid against Jacksonville. The offense wasn't outright bad. The second half, the circumstances of the game got allowed for some things to happen. But again, they get inside the 5 late and they kick a field goal. They were moving the ball. Bo's touchdown to Cortland was fantastic, and R.J. Harvey was the best player on the team.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he and Malcolm Roach were really the only guys that you clearly saw came to play. And the rest of the team, it was questionable.
They seemed entitled, and that bothered me.
Nick Benito admitted it.
Yeah.
I expect a big bounce-back game from him coming up tomorrow night in Kansas City. All right, we will continue to get to your feedback on the text line on your Christmas songs as well as your unique Christmas traditions. And this game at Arrowhead, it's not going to be around too much longer for the Broncos after what the Chiefs announced this week, and we will explore that next.
Did Nikola Jokic just set an NBA record that will never be broken?
That is a record that he is going to put away, retire it, lock it away. Stoke, it's never going to be beaten. I am confident in saying that Nikola Jokic is going to put the all-time assist record by a center in a place where it will never be touched ever again.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
As the year winds down, Groove Toyota is helping you gear up for the road ahead. And right now, Groove Toyota has stocked over 35 used vehicles under $10,000. Great picks, great value, and perfect for Colorado drivers who want more without overspending. And with Toyotathon in full swing, it's the easiest time of the year to upgrade your lineup with a pre-owned Toyota or another solid used option before the year closes out. Finish the year strong with Groove Toyota.
On Broadway in Inglewood or online at GrooveToyota.com.
I just want to entertain people and make a living. From Focus Features, they had a dream.
I want to sing, I want to dance, I want to garden, I want a cat.
All they needed was each other.
We should call ourselves Lightning and Thunder, a Neil Diamond experience.
This Christmas, based on a true story.
You've ever had a shot, pal, this is it.
Hugh Jackman, Kate Hudson.
It's good.
So good.
Song Sung Blue, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters tomorrow.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house, now might be the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Man, this market's gone from crazy hot to really cool down. But Troy still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What does he ask? Well, if he can't sell your house on the timeline that you agree upon, plus the price that you agree upon, he's going to scratch you a check for $5,000. Come on, nobody makes that offer but him. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy buy right now. If you have a house to sell, Troy probably has a buyer waiting for you to pick up that phone and to dial it up. 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Hey, guys, call Troy. Get your home sold for the most money right now. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
The Ford End of the Year Savings Event is happening now at Siltahar Motors. Get 0% financing for up to 60 months, 0 down payment, and no payments for 90 days on select models, including all remaining 2025 F-150s, America's and Denver's best-selling truck. Conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory with sale pricing at sthmotors.com. Happy holidays from Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by the National Western Stock Show, January 10th through the 25th. Tickets at nationalwestern.com.
There we go. Alex Becker crushing it today.
Got it. DMX.
Giving everybody the Christmas classics like DMX, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Best version of this song, without question.
Alex doing double duty for Ty and John Simmer today. Chad Andrews, John Davis in for Mike Stoke and Stink. And your recommendations are welcome for the Christmas music you want to hear on the RamoSlaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. You can chime in there. One person says, Jeff Foxworthy, Redneck, 12 Days of Christmas. Not familiar with that one. Be surprised if we get it up, but we'll see if Alex puts it in the rotation. Didn't know that Dropkick Murphys had a Christmas song, but apparently they have one called The Season's Upon Us.
I bet it's about Boston.
Oh, you think? You think? Yeah. Of all things, Boston, let's just say Dropkick Murphys are not the worst.
There
right?
you go.
So
there you go. Great concert.
Yeah.
Great concert.
So keep the text coming in there on the Christmas songs and your unique Christmas traditions. Not the run-of-the-mill stuff, not the stuff where, it involves the presents or going to church or the meal or anything that anybody does. But if it's a little bit off the beaten path, out of the ordinary, like I said, my family, we try to do a Christmas movie on Christmas Eve every year because it helps the kids pass the time instead of being so excited and waiting and being antsy all night and asking about opening presents. So
that's a good one.
We'll do a movie tonight. Another person had a good recommendation that they exchange movies and candy and popcorn and then all pick one to watch together on Christmas Eve. That sounds like fun. So maybe get some ideas if you're looking for something tonight or for tomorrow, or pass along what you do. And love to hear it. Again, that's 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. John, it came out this week that the Chiefs are going to move from Missouri to Kansas, but stay in Kansas City. This is something that many people, including folks I'm familiar with that were inside the organization, straight up said will never happen. They will never leave that site, and the folks in Missouri are upset about it. I'm going to ask you to predict the future here, and not just looking ahead to 2026 like your resolutions next week. I'm going to ask you to look ahead to 2031. So fast forward now, it's 2031. The Denver Broncos, the Kansas City Chiefs, both have sparkly, brand new indoor stadiums, or at least retractable roof stadiums, and potentially new quarterbacks. Do you think they have the same quarterbacks? Are Bo Nix and Patrick Mahomes the starting quarterbacks when those stadiums open?
What a great question. Yeah,
Both
I think
of
so. Definitely Mahomes.
Well, he would be in year.
That's 5 years away.
15?
Yeah, it's 5 years away. Yeah, he'll still be. Yeah, he'll play. He'll play that long. He's going to try to chase down every record that he can get. I think he'll be. I mean, I know he just blew his ACL. He stayed relatively healthy though throughout his career.
I don't think the folks in Kansas ponying up the $2.1 billion or whatever it is for the stadium would be real happy if it opens and he's not the quarterback.
Yeah, and it's some rookie. If it's Brody Croyle's back with the Chiefs.
Chris
Bo Nix.
Oladikin.
Right now I have no reason to think Bo Nix won't be the quarterback of the Broncos at that time. That's 5 years away. He'll be year 7, year 8. It's continually trended in the right direction. We've seen Bo hit both seasons now, be able to make adjustments within the season, get better as the season's gone along. There's nothing right now that leads me to believe Bo Nix will be gone.
Will Sean Payton be the coach?
That was the next question. Will Sean Payton?
Because Andy Reid probably won't be the coach.
I don't think so. I don't think Andy Reid will be. Yeah, Sean Payton will be the coach. I think we'll have Bo Nix and Sean Payton 5 years from now.
So then you're talking about him in year 8, 9, or whatever it is at that point.
Yeah, he's just wired. He doesn't want to. He wants to keep going. And
you sure with the ownership group that there is now does that statement mean he will have to at least have appeared in one, if not multiple Super Bowls, if not won one, to still be here?
I don't know about that because I think they'll be competitive every year. They'll be in it every year. And you don't look at things – you look at things going forward all the time, and it's very easy to be like, look how close we are. I mean, look at Sean McDermott. I mean, hey, they can't get rid of that guy. They love that guy.
Jeff Fisher was competitive every year.
Jeff Fisher won. he had a record every year. He did take him to a Super Bowl, and that buys you a lot of time.
Short.
I think the Broncos will be legitimately competitive down the stretch. Like, Mike Shanahan's teams, they were never really out of it when they were out of it till the very end of the season. The past decade, the Broncos were out of it by like week 6, and we were talking about who our next quarterback's going to be. Sean Payton will have them competitive. I think Sean Payton and Bo Nix are both here 2031.
As a season ticket holder, that would be your expectation as well, right?
I'm not paying for the PSL.
All right, but okay, but when that question comes up, and let's just say your situation changes, right? You have a little bit more flexibility where it's an option.
I'm paying for it.
Yeah. For those that are going to pay the PSL, the Mariletts of the world, the Dan Jacobs of the world, the rich guys, when they're going to pay the PSL, do you think they're paying that with the expectation that Sean Payton is the coach and Bo Nix is the quarterback when that stadium opens?
No, I don't think that's going to play into anybody's. If the Broncos are terrible at that point, that might affect it. But I don't think anybody's saying I'm not buying these tickets unless it's Sean Payton and Bo Nix. I don't think that's
the judge is in the building. He's throwing up his hands at me. I mean, it's a legitimate question. He's a season ticket holder.
I don't think that's going to have as much of weight to it as no. I don't think. I mean, people kept buying Broncos season tickets through really awful years. And the priority didn't change much.
All right, so now the next question is, does the rivalry lose any luster And again, tomorrow is a bad example because it's probably going to be 60 degrees or whatever in Kansas City. It's going to be really nice, not like a typical December game there that's miserable and cold and windy that the Broncos have experienced over the last several decades. Does the rivalry lose any luster if we don't have cold weather games in either spot ever again?
No, because their fans still their fans.
I don't know. Are they if they're not enduring that? If they don't have to be as tough? If they're paying PSLs and they're sitting in an indoor stadium and they're getting catered food and drinks to their seats, are their fans still their fans?
Here's the thing. I've never sat at a game and gone, boy, this weather's making me hate this team more. I've never been like, I really hate the Chiefs today. If it was 20 degrees hotter, I would hate them less.
But you just said you're not going to be sitting at the game. Because of the PSL. It's not going to be people like you.
Does the rivalries are built off, are the teams good or not? The rivalries are built off who's standing in your way. Right now, we hate the Chiefs and the Broncos have stood in each other's way for a long time. The Broncos-Raiders rivalry hasn't meant anything because the teams haven't been good.
It didn't even mean anything when the Raiders won 8 in a row.
When did they do, like in 2002?
No, it was
8 in a row. I see what you mean.
8 in a row against the Broncos.
Yeah, I thought you meant consecutive season. Yeah, it didn't mean anything because the Broncos weren't good. And the Raiders actually weren't good either. The rivalries are born out of, who's good. We hate the Dallas Stars right now. We hated the Red Wings because we were going at it with them.
Yeah, it means nothing now.
Yeah, the Broncos and Raiders once upon a time were both Super Bowl teams throughout, the 70s and the 80s. That's why it mattered so much. Teams being good is what builds rivalries. That's why we hate the Timberwolves right now.
Big question mark popping up for the Nuggets last night, not just because they lost a game in Dallas and saw their 11-game road win streak come to an end, but yet another injury to a starter. How big of a problem is this going to be for the Nuggets? We'll get into it next.
Will the Broncos take care of business in primetime and sweep the Chiefs? We'll break it all down in a special Christmas Day edition of the Fan Football Pregame Show, live on game day starting at 4 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you boys Stink here from my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Hey man, I'm going to be blunt right now. If your windows are drafty, sticking, leaking, every cold night here in Denver, Colorado is costing you money, and starting in January, it's going to cost you even more because replacing your windows, the price of that is going up, up, up. But right now at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, they're letting homeowners lock in 2025 pricing. But here's the catch. Got to order before December 31st. Miss the deadline, you're going to be paying those 2026 prices. Guys, they've been in business for over 50 years doing it right the first time, every time. They never subcontract out the work. They're with you every step of the way. That's why they are the best. 303-794-0490 for your free consultation. That's 303-794-0490, or you can find them online at windowsforyourhome.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. If you are planning to create your estate plan this year but haven't done it yet, you still have time. As an incentive to check this off your list, we're offering a 10% discount to the fan listeners during the month of December. Just mention this ad. You can find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Cake Mortgage Corp., Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1734623, licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. What if you could use the equity in your home to get cash fast? With no appraisal, zero hassle, and less waiting with Cake? You can. The Cake Fast Cash program is like turning your home into your ATM. People are using it to pay off high-interest debt, do renovations, tackle student loans, or cut monthly bills by hundreds, even thousands of dollars. The best part? Your current mortgage rate won't change. With Cake, you also get peace of mind. We're AAA rated by the Better Business Bureau and backed by thousands of 5-star reviews. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked Cake Fast Cash loan is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com for thousands of 5-star reviews.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all, the car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Hey, the cold weather is here. Stoke here from my friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new furnace? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. And don't forget about heat pump rebates. They've never been better. Up to $13,500 only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that G.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Men, we hear it all the time. A man comes in to get his erectile dysfunction treated, and very soon thereafter, he tells us that his relationship is renewed. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you should know that ED doesn't just affect you, it also often affects your partner. They can feel undesired, unwanted, they may even feel like you don't love them anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we've successfully treated thousands of men for ED with protocols that have success rates as high as 90%. Which means if you're like most men, we can get you back to the guy you used to be. You could even last up to an hour or more and find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and give your partner the gift of renewed love. Your first visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in our office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
This is Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Hall of Famer, wishing you happy holidays from my friends at Colorado Credit Union. The holidays are all about family, giving, and looking ahead to a great new year. And just like a great team, Colorado Credit Union is here to support you, whether it's saving for holiday gifts, planning for the future, or just making life a little easier. From everyone at Colorado Credit Union, season's greetings and have a happy and healthy 2026. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
Tune into Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
All right, John Lennon, Alex Becker keeps the hits rolling behind the glass. The non-traditional Christmas songs. See, I can do the non-traditional. It's the traditional that I've heard 60,000 times that I can't get down with.
Yeah, I don't know the words to most of them. Like Frosty the Snowman, I know some of them. Rudolph, I think maybe that. But yeah, I don't. I was never big. Like my family didn't care about that stuff, so like it was never.
Yeah, I never did. Both of my daughters went caroling in the last week with groups of friends.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they went caroling. They said people enjoyed it. So, I mean, to each their own. Like, I'm glad they had fun. You know, it's nice to hear them sing. It's just Christmas songs have never been my bag. But Alex is doing a great job with the ones he's picking today.
We had DMX.
Yeah,
we had Christmas in the Hollis. Mm-hmm. Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah,
Paul McCartney,
John Lennon. Yeah, so we're doing a good job. Keep knocking it out of the park, Alex. John, we got some problems coming up for our Denver Nuggets, and it seems odd to say when they're 21-8 and off to the best start in franchise history. But they lost last night in Dallas, 131-130, ending an 11-game road winning streak. And they potentially suffered another critical injury to a starter when Cam Johnson went out in this game, what they're calling a knee sprain. And this is already with Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown missing over a month in extended time and not coming back any time that we know of, at least, on the radars yet. Hopefully it'll be soon. I know Christian Brown is out of the walking boot. Haven't heard anything on Aaron Gordon. But now a third starter. The Nuggets have weathered the storm, have continued to play well, have had the best offense in the history of basketball, even with 2 guys out. But now they are potentially facing another one in Cam Johnson, who actually, ironically enough, had finally arrived as the player we expected once Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown went down. He stepped up and found his offensive game and found his shot, everything that everyone was criticizing him about the first month of the season. It all seemed to arrive and start to fall into place once those other guys went out of the lineup. Now you're potentially looking at missing all of them.
Yeah, and hoping he's okay. David Adelman did not sound optimistic in the post game about Cameron Johnson. We're hoping it's a hyperextension, a sprain. Yeah, you could be missing all 3. I think I saw last night Cam Johnson, the last 17 games, is shooting 52% from 3, which is great. He was 6 of 6 on Monday night. And last night he hit 2 huge ones. I mean, he was the recipient of the Jokic no-look pass, and he hit the shot, that's always the worst thing, is when Jokic gives you one, great, and you blow it. This is, at some point, you can only overcome so much. And even after losing Cam last night, the Nuggets took it right down to the wire. I mean, Jamal and Nikola are so locked in, and Tim Hardaway Jr. is becoming very reliable. It's been amazing. That's what they needed. So this Cameron Johnson thing, the hope right now is, it's a sprain or something like that. There's no ligament damage, nothing's torn, and they get him back. If he is hurt, I say keep him out till he's ready. With Christian Brown, when he hurt himself, they put him back in that game. Aaron Gordon, he missed. They played him a little early. Maybe they've learned their lesson there. Don't force these guys back on, because this Nuggets team, as we've seen, despite what happened last night, they can win on the road. They just got to get healthy for the playoffs, and I don't think anybody wants to see him. But Cameron Johnson, if it's season ending, there's a massive problem for the Denver Nuggets right there. So let's just hope it's a sprain, and then they've got to keep weathering the storm as they go on like this 10-game East Coast road trip after Christmas. So it's going to get pretty tough for the Nuggets in general because they're on the road. If they're missing 3 starters for that road trip, who knows how that shakes out.
Yeah, look, the odds are the road winning streak probably was going to end on that trip anyway. It just ended earlier.
Yeah.
It's disappointing that they've lost twice to the Mavericks. Let's be honest. I get they have Cooper Flagg. I get Anthony Davis played well, but it's still the Mavericks. They're 12-19 now,
and they're kind of dysfunctional. There's just a dark cloud over the organization, despite having Cooper Flagg.
Well, bad ownership. Yeah, as long as they were touted for having good progressive ownership and Mark Cuban making players happy, now they have awful ownership.
Yep.
They have terrible people running the franchise who make bad decisions, and it makes you feel for a guy like Cooper Flagg, who's a generational talent, because you're like, okay, well, it doesn't matter how good he's going to be. He's playing for a bad organization. But that bad organization was able to beat you last night. And they've now lost twice to Dallas. They've got the bad home losses. They've got the questionable loss with the officiating in Portland. So they're a team, again, off to the best start in franchise history. I don't want to swipe that under the rug at 21-8. That probably should be 25-4.
Yeah, you give them that. The officiating with the Blazers, I'll give them that. You go on the road, you play a team that's a little more talented than people want, you're going to drop those. That's just going to happen.
But the Bulls game at home, the Spurs game at home without Wemby or Castle.
Yeah, you drop some games where you played bad. The Bulls game was interesting because they hit every shot. But here's the problem that I see with the Nuggets. You take a guy that you watch in an NBA game and he can't hit anything. If you go to the gym with him and shoot with him, he's going to hit everything. If you leave a professional basketball player open, they're going to hit their shot more times than not. The Nuggets, as great as the offense has been, and you talked about it last night, you can't just leave guys wide open for 3. I don't care who they are, they're going to hit it. And so they have to find a way to disrupt that. It's like Mike Shanahan with Shannon Sharp. I don't need you to be Gary Zimmerman when you're blocking. I just need something out of you blocking. It's the same thing with the Nuggets. I'm not saying you got to be Gary Payton on these guys. You don't have to be Dennis Rodman on these guys, but you can't leave them wide open either. That's ultimately what's killing them in the Bulls game, in the Spurs game, is they just leave. And last night, they just leave guys wide open.
Fully healthy, I like the Nuggets to get past the Thunder, the Rockets, the Spurs, everybody in the West.
Do I.
Go to the NBA Finals and win it. Fully healthy. But this is the first time I'm really having questions and concerns that they're ever going to be fully healthy. I don't know if I'm going to get there, and I'm a little bit scared that it's not going to happen. And then, there's a couple other problems that this team has got to figure out the rest of the way that are off the court. They still have to figure out how they're going to convert Spencer Jones from a two-way contract to a roster spot without going into the apron and the tax. And then, I know he missed the shot that would have won the game last night, but otherwise Payton Watson has been pretty exceptional so far this season. And you didn't extend him when you extended Christian Brown. So you're going to have to find a way to do that. So there's two problems on the table that you need to solve for without going into the aprons and the luxury taxes.
It's with that, too, and why the Cam Johnson injury, if he's out for the year, is so troubling is this unit they have right here, as you said, fully healthy. This is the best, given how they complement each other. It's probably the best of the Jokic era. I mean, if they win a championship. But are you going to have Big Val next year?
I think you will.
You going to have Tim Hardaway Jr. next year? You going to have Bruce Brown next year?
Questionable.
And so
you'll probably have Bruce. I don't know if you'll have Tim Hardaway.
Yeah, and so because if he plays again, he might go get. I mean,
the way he's playing.
He's lining himself up.
He's lining himself up for the Bruce Brown deal from the first time from the championship.
Exactly. So this unit is going to be hard. And Peyton Watson, look, the game is defensively he was good last year. Offensively, the game has finally slowed down a little bit for him. He's a little bit better at the rim. Cam Johnson's taken over the role of missing layups for this team, unfortunately. But the emergence of Peyton Watson, the emergence of Spencer Jones, those have been two reasons why to be so excited, because the rotations and everything's better. Jalen Pickett the other night against Utah was fantastic. So the injuries, I hear you, because this team can't beat anybody. They have the horses to do it. They have the players. They have the depth. They have Jokic. Murray's playing better. If we got another 2021 situation here where we don't win because everybody was hurt, it's going to be a massive disappointment.
Oh, yeah. Everybody. I mean, look, no organization can count on everything going perfectly all the time, being healthy and getting all the right breaks and doing everything the way it was designed and planned to be. If it did, the Nuggets would be chasing their fourth championship right now.
Mm-hmm.
But they're chasing their second.
Could they win it from, let's say the injuries pile up, but they get healthy at the playoffs? Could they win the championship from the 5th or 6th seed?
Yes.
I think so too. Yeah.
The challenge that the West is going to have is you want to be in position where the Thunder have to go through the Spurs and or possibly the Rockets before you see any of those teams.
Mm-hmm.
You want them all on the other side of the bracket. I don't know if that's ever going to work out. It's going to be really tough because the Spurs are looking better and better and better. So, the 2 and the 3 are going to be on the same side of the bracket. Mm-hmm. That's going to be the hard part, that the Thunder is going to avoid them. So whoever the 4 is, you need the 4 team to really push Oklahoma City.
And that could be the Lakers. That could be
the Rockets.
The Rockets. There's any number.
It could be the Nuggets.
It could be the Nuggets.
It could be the Nuggets playing the Thunder early, which is what you don't want to happen.
No.
But if they do and get past them, you got to like their chances against less experienced teams in the playoffs after that.
Yeah, and so that's the whole thing to me is however much if Aaron Gordon needs 2 more weeks, let's say, and I'm just grabbing a number there, keep him out 3. If Christian Brown needs 3 more weeks, keep him out 4. If Cam Johnson's a month, keep him out 6 weeks. This team is so good. And not only that, nobody wants to see him fully healthy.
Christmas Eve, I'm going to give you 3 gift options, but you can only pick one. Coming up next.
Will the Broncos avoid the upset against a struggling Chiefs team? We'll react live in Denver and Kansas City during the Fan Football Postgame Show. Live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here with my friends at O'Meara Ford. You don't want to miss the year-end event just in time for the holidays. They have huge year-end discounts and 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years without paying a single cent of interest. Plus, make no down payment and no monthly payments for 90 whole days. O'Meara Ford will make your buying experience fast, fun, and so easy. They accept I-10s. Just tell them Stink sent you. Need Santa cash fast? Well, O'Meara Ford will buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one from them. Don't miss 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days and 0 interest for 60 months at the year-end event at O'Meara Ford. Guys, it doesn't get any better than O'Meara Ford. You can stop by their showroom at 104th and I-25. I've been there, and I can tell you firsthand, it's absolutely gorgeous. O'Meara Ford, find them online at o'mearaford.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
The Ford end-of-the-year savings event is happening now at Siltahar Motors. Get 0% financing for up to 60 months, 0 down payment, and no payments for 90 days on select models, including all remaining 2025 F-150s, America's and Denver's best-selling truck. Conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory with sale pricing at sthmotors.com. Happy holidays from Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. What if more reliable didn't mean more expensive? With Xfinity, you can get reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi for less. We're talking intelligent gig-speed Wi-Fi for $50 a month. This holiday season through January 4th, Xfinity is offering their best price on gig-speed Wi-Fi, guaranteed for 5 years. No contracts, no strings attached. You could save $3,000 over Verizon and AT&T. Imagine getting super fast Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years. Get everything you need from Xfinity, their best Wi-Fi equipment, and even unlimited data, all included at their best price. Get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and post-promo prices for 1 gig internet, 1 unlimited line, and Peacock Premium versus Verizon 1 gig internet and AT&T 1000 internet and 1 unlimited starter SL line.
Marketing can feel overwhelming. Where to start? What works? What doesn't? That's where your marketing experts at DenverSports come in. Audio, video, online marketing, and we know how to cut through the noise so your customers finally hear your story. You don't have to waste time guessing or spinning your wheels. We'll guide you with a proven plan that turns your marketing into growth. Let us handle the hard part. You do the easy part. Head over to DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us and start growing your business today.
Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance is here. Their sleep experts will help find your dream bed from a quality selection. They make sleep easy.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Text line 303-713-1043 coming in from Don. I'm 74 years old. If I never heard another Christmas song ever again, would be great. Yeah, he's on the same page with the bah humbug of the Christmas songs. But we've been doing a pretty good job today, keeping it upbeat, keeping it a little more exciting than some of the traditional stuff. Alex Becker is spinning those hits. John Davis sitting in with me. Chad Andrus says Mike, Stoke, and Stink are off today. We'll also be in on Friday. Coming up in about 13 minutes from now, we will check in with the scrappy one, the scrapster, Will Peterson from DenverSports.com, to touch base on the Avalanche after another win last night. So stay tuned as Will join us to get in on the Avs. And maybe I'll ask him this question. He might be a little bit partial to the hockey side. But it's Christmas gift time, guys. Alex, I want you to chime in. John, chime in. Text line, you guys chime in at 303-713-1043. I'm going to give you a Christmas gift from one of the three teams we have playing well right now in Denver. But you can only pick one to happen for this season. Behind door number one, the Broncos, with 2 games to play, sitting on 63 sacks, get 10 more and break the Bears' all-time record of 72 for sacks in a season. That's option number one. Option number two, the Denver Nuggets, with the legacy of Nikola Jokic on the line, set the all-time record for offensive rating for a team. Right now it's at 124.1. It went up last night, which would edge out the 23-24 Celtics of 123.2. They would be the best offensive team of all time, and a feather in the Jokic cap if you're worried about his legacy and how he's remembered. Door number 3 is obvious. The Avalanche set the all-time points record in the NHL, surpassing the Boston Bruins 135 from the 22-23 season. Right now they are on pace to surpass that. They are averaging more points per game than the Bruins did that season up to this point. So you get to pick one Christmas present. Which one do you pick? Is it Avs, Nuggets, or Broncos? Alex, you go first.
Give me door number 1. Give me the Broncos. I like that stood since 1984, whereas the other two were very recent. So breaking the Bears sack record in 1984, that would be my selection.
John?
I'm going with Alex. I think that's a tough one to break. I think it'll stand for a while. Also, the main reason is if they get the sack record, it might indicate this defense is adjusted and readapted and be where they need to be. I think it's a really cool record, and it'd be a record set by some guys that nobody had on their bingo card to ever set that type of record. You know, it's not the Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware. It's not these elite names. It's guys that were taken in different rounds. I would like that Jokic one. Because I think anything we can do to just stockpile how great he is. The Avalanche falls 3 because I don't think it makes a difference if they get that or not. They're winning the Stanley Cup.
Well, let me throw a wrinkle at both of you. Of those 3 records, the 84 Bears were the one that didn't win a championship. The other 2 teams that hold those records won championships. In the Celtics and the Bruins.
To Alex's point.
And it were teams in the same town that did it in the same year, which we have possibilities of happening.
We could have it happen. To Alex's point, those records are more recent, so maybe that matters. So maybe that does indicate they could win the championship. The Bears one is so long ago that how it plays into today's game. That's a fascinating point. I still go with the sack record. I think having a dominant defense. It more so for me, it's because it indicates the Broncos got back on track with defense. It's not so much the record, it's where they actually sit right now and what it would do for them momentum-wise going into the playoffs.
7461 on the text line agrees with you guys. Broncos break the sack record, as does 8697, saying they want that, and beat the Bears in the Super Bowl after they do it. Now, that would be an interesting little
that would be
twist on
interesting. I am tempted, though. The Jokic thing, anything we can stack in the Jokic resume is intriguing to me. Again, just the Avs, I think the Avalanche, it doesn't matter whether they set records or not. They're so clearly the team. So I'm not as worried about them needing anything to justify it. anything you can do to prop up Jokic. But this Broncos team, where they were to where they'd be, setting a record, getting momentum in the playoffs, it's Broncos sacks.
So I thought about this really hard, and I think the most notable one to make your team memorable is probably the sack record.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody remembers the Bears defense the next year when they went on and won the Super Bowl, but you can tie those together because they're the same players. That's probably the most notable when you're talking about how long it will live in people's memories. The Nuggets record is close to my heart because I want so much for Jokic to be recognized for the special player he is, and any accolade that he and the team can accumulate, I want them to get, because I just don't think he's ever going to go down getting his due as to how truly special he is. But that said, the NBA game has changed so much, and this is a record that will probably be broken again and again and again and again and again with the evolution and how much it's tilted towards offense. And I don't think anybody ever cares about the offensive rating of a team. People will still tell you, the best offensive team was it was the Warriors when they had Steph and Durant and Clay, and they just shot a bunch of threes, right? It's not the actual number. So it doesn't have that much importance. For me, it's the Avalanche record. And the couple of reasons for this is, number one is because it knocks one of the Boston teams out of the spot. So that's hugely important for their fan base.
Well, that's cool.
Because, I cannot stand the Chowderheads. That's number one. Number two, it also makes sure you have home ice throughout the entirety of the Western Conference playoffs and the Stanley Cup Finals. So you're playing at home. You're not facing a Game 7 in Dallas there. But number three, Jeff Davis is the odds maker at the Circa Casino in Las Vegas, and he's a very good hockey odds maker, maybe the best in terms of hockey odds. In 2022, he power rated the Stanley Cup winning Avalanche team as the highest rated team he's ever had. This team is better. If they set the points record in the regular season and go on to win the Stanley Cup, they can cement themselves as legitimately maybe the best team in the history of hockey. And we're a long, long way away from that. But if you're asking me to pick between the Broncos sack record, the Nuggets offensive rating record, and the Avalanche breaking the points record, I think of the three teams, the Avalanche right now have the best chance to win a championship. And when you stack that record on top of it, then you're talking about legacy and what it means all time. So I think I'm going to lean Avalanche when you go into this argument. But it's very much split on the text line. Right? Coming in saying advanced stats are kind of wacky, which is, the Nuggets side. So take the Broncos sacks.
What's more iconic, winning a Super Bowl and your team set the sack record, or this Avalanche points record?
Well, nobody's ever set the sack record and won a Super Bowl, at least since 1984. I don't know what it was previous to that, and if that was a Super Bowl winning team. But in the last 40 years, nobody's done it.
Right.
So, because of the nature of the NFL being king, maybe it does become more iconic. But I think when you're talking about the history within each sport, you become all-time legendary in hockey if you have the highest point total in regular season history and go on to win the Cup.
What's most likely to be broken? I think if we rank them.
The offensive rating by the
NBA
team,
that's the number
that'll
one.
Fall year after year after year, especially if Jokic keeps playing.
and then you got Luka, you got the Thunder doing what they're doing. It's
kind of a toss-up between the hockey points and the sack record, even though the sack record has stood for 40-plus years. It's hard to get to 136 points. And the Avalanche could get to 140.
Yeah, it was because the NHL does things where they just like to change things all the time. The way teams used to get points is different than the way they get points now. So that's why I think you could see it just getting broken. But, I mean, to that point, it's if you can look back on a season, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, and say they lost more games outside of regulation than they did in regulation, that'd be pretty cool.
And then the one other point, and this is a good point from the texters that I haven't mentioned yet, coming in from 5185, the sack record would also come with an asterisk because the Bears did it in one fewer game. So unless the Broncos...
I was going to say that.
unless the Broncos come up with 10 this week against the Chiefs
Right.
tomorrow night, then you're going to have an asterisk.
Well, it doesn't have an asterisk so much as it'll be more likely to be broken.
Right.
Maybe.
It's it's like the 2,000-yard rushing games and, how rushing seasons and how many games did a guy do it.
You left one out of here. Rockies lose the most games of any team in MLB history.
Oh, well, that's a given.
Okay.
But I don't think anybody's wishing for that. Well, we would all wish for it if we thought it would lead to the sale of a team, but we all know that's never going to happen.
Exactly.
All right, more Avs talk coming your way next. The Scrapster, Will Peterson, joins us to break down this juggernaut next.
Denver is headed to Arrowhead for a Christmas showdown with Kansas City. Get yourself ready for kickoff with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 2 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. How about worry about needing that surgery or taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. You can do exactly what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. That's right, same-day appointments. They're a phone call away, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility, and they're going to educate you. Here's what's going on. This is why you're in pain. They'll show you the pictures and then give you treatment options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, they changed my life. I had checked out of doing things I love to do. I quit playing golf, quit going to the gym. Most importantly for me, man, I couldn't sleep through the night. I'd wake up 6-7 times a night just in all kinds of pain. Not anymore, man. I'm sleeping through the night. I'm back in the gym, all because I went and saw my friends at Spine One. Man, they can do that for you as well. So start your journey today. Get yourself back checked into life. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or online at spineone.com.
You're going to do a Neil Diamond show? A Neil Diamond experience.
From Focus Features.
Are you ready to sing?
Critics and audiences are raving. Song Sung Blue is fantastically entertaining.
It's good. So good.
With powerhouse performances from Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson.
Tell me I'm doing the right thing.
You are.
Based on a triumphant true story about never giving up on your dreams.
Sold out shows.
We're sold out?
Song Sung Blue, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters this Thursday.
Wow, Leslie, your fireplace really sucks.
I beg your pardon?
Well, what I mean is your fireplace is literally sucking all the air out of your house and right up the chimney every time you burn it.
Well, what can I do about it?
Well, you could get a high-efficiency gas insert from Mendota. It keeps all the air you already paid the utility company to heat, and it returns up to 86% of the fire's heat back into your house.
I'd use my fireplace every chance I get if I could do that. Maybe my furnace wouldn't need to run so much.
Well, that's the whole point. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio, along with my niece, Leslie, to tell you how a gas insert from Mendota will give you the incentive to use your fireplace again. Mendota gas fireplaces and inserts are made to crank out the heat with beauty and style.
Lair's is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in fireplaces. Family owned and operated since 1954.
We'll even give you a free in-home quote, including expert installation by our own certified in-house installers.
Find us on the web at lairfireplacepatio.com.
For top quality Mendota fireplaces and inserts, it's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's fireplace experts.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health. With the right equipment, you can train like a pro. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but super sure. Coming soon.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app.
for us. Chad Andrus, John Davis with Alex Becker running the show in for the boys this morning. And let's welcome in our buddy to the program from DenverSports.com, the scrappy one, the scrapster from the mean streets of Kent, Denver. It's Will Peterson to discuss the juggernaut that is the Colorado Avalanche. Will, styles make fights, and usually that means there are some styles that teams or athletes are vulnerable to, except for this team. 1-0 last night. The Avs show another way that they can get it done. Is there any way that this team cannot play and win?
Yeah, no, it's been great to watch them win in all kinds of different ways because, fellas, I was watching that game last night going, a year ago this time, or about a year, pre-goalie trades, that's the kind of game they lose 5-1. And Scott Wedgwood really stood on his head last night, as he has all year. I mean, the guy is firmly in the conversation to be in the Olympics with Team Canada, which is kind of hard to wrap your mind around. If I had told you that in August or September, you would have told me I was crazy. This guy's a backup goalie, going to be a potential option for the best or the second best hockey team at the Olympics fighting for gold. That's nuts. And he legitimately had, I think it was 9 high-danger saves, and out of those 9, I'd count 4 or 5 of those that probably should have been goals for the Mammoth, hence why I think they would have lost 5-1 last year with a guy like Georgiev or Onanen in goal. And the Avalanche didn't even play that well last night, but they're such a complete, well-rounded hockey team that they can win the games 5-4, and they can also win them 1-0. And when they won the Cup in 2022, they had to outscore you. I mean, we all remember the Western Conference Final game against the Oilers where they won 8-6, and it looked more like a lacrosse game than a hockey game. This team not only has offensive firepower, but they're one of the best, if not the best, defensive teams in the NHL, and they probably have the best goaltender duo in the entire league. I mean, they have more than 60 points, and tomorrow's Christmas, 2 regulation losses at the holiday break. I mean, it is absurd, the metrics they are putting up right now. And, I'm even more encouraged because every game seems to be unique, but every game is unique with the same result in terms of an Avs victory. They're an absolute wagon at the moment.
Will, one thing that I kind of point to that we don't see on the ice, everything we see on the ice is fantastic. It's the greatest thing going in sports. They get it from everybody, Jack Drury, Parker Kelly, Colton, Brindley. It's somebody new every night. But one thing that I've been looking at is Gabe Landeskog being back and Brent Burns. I felt last year, specifically in that Mavericks, in the Stars series, you would see this team kind of mentally collapse. I think having Landeskog back and then the veteran Brent Burns, it allows McKinnon to kind of be the maniacal Brady, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan guy that he is, with these two guys kind of level setting everybody else. How much has it meant to this team to have those two veterans in the locker room?
Oh, it's huge, John, and I think you hit the nail on the head because I remember when DeMarcus Ware retired and Peyton Manning retired, and everyone just said, well, Von Miller's going to lead the Broncos now because he's the best player. And there's a huge difference in sports in my eyes between being the best player and being the leader. And that's not to take a shot at Vaughn, but Vaughn was not a huge rah-rah guy in the locker room or a leadership guy. That really came from Peyton and DeMarcus. Vaughn still put up the great numbers, but the leadership was a clear void on the Broncos, and I think the same thing can be said for the Avalanche. I mean, it's no coincidence that the last 3 years they've won 1 playoff series, and the overwhelming majority, outside of 4 games last year with Landeskog, was done with him in a suit. And there's a big difference of a guy being a leader in a suit versus a guy being a leader in a uniform, and Landeskog didn't have that uniform. He desperately wanted it. The knee just wasn't cooperating, and he had to do 3 different surgeries and a ridiculous amount of rehab to get back. But I think of Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar as kind of Von Miller. Again, it's not a slight. I just don't think they're necessarily wired as the leaders. I think they're wired to be great, great, great players. But a leader is a guy like Landeskog, and then you mentioned the addition of Burns as well, who's the oldest player in the league. He's never won a cup. It's not quite Ray Bourque because he didn't spend his entire career with one team before coming to the Avs, but there are some parallels between Brent Burns and Ray Bourque that if he can hoist Lord Stanley come June, there won't be a lot of dry eyes out there. This is a guy who's strived for this for a really, really long time. And I don't know if you guys saw the interview with Eric Johnson and Gabriel Landeskog on ESPN a couple weeks ago, but Landeskog said he would hand the cup to Brent Burns first. And first of all, I like that, he's not shying away from dreaming about it. He told EJ, sometimes you got to manifest things. He didn't dodge the question. And then second of all, we all remember the famous moment of Joe Sakic handing the cup to Ray Bourque. And there will be a lot of Brent Burns fans out there, whether it be San Jose or Carolina or whatever, that if the Avs are in that position, as long as they're not playing the Hurricanes, that they'll be cheering for Burns, much like all of Boston and New England was cheering for Bourque back in 2001.
Okay, well, let's continue with the parallels theme then to the Cup-winning team. Jeff Davis is the hockey odds maker at the Circa Sportsbook in Las Vegas, and he's probably the best in Las Vegas at predicting and analyzing the hockey markets. He had the 22 Cup-winning team as his highest power-rated hockey team of all time. But isn't this team better?
Wow. That's an interesting stat and an interesting question. I didn't realize that, they were that high on them. I guess they went 16-4, rolling through those playoffs, never had to play a Game 7, never really felt in doubt that they were going to win the whole thing. But, yeah, on paper, I do think this team is better because particularly one, I'll point at the goaltending situation, which we went over, not to take away from Darcy Kemper and Pavel Francouz, but the Wedgwood-Blackwood combo is better. And then two, fellas, Nathan McKinnon's in year 13, and he's playing the best hockey of his career. He got to 30 goals the other day in 35 games, which was the fastest of all time by an Avalanche player. It wasn't the fastest in franchise history because Michael Goulet did it with the Nordiques back in the mid-'80s, but we're talking 40 years since anyone in the franchise got to 30 goals through 35 games. Very rare in sports you see a guy in year 13 playing the best hockey of his career, but that is the case with McKinnon. So based on the goaltending and your superstar even becoming more of a superstar, hopefully going to win his second Hart Trophy, plus the depth around them. That 22 team came at you in waves. Chad, you remember that, and this 25 team really can come at you in waves too. It's the biggest thing that I think cost them in the playoffs the last few years is they were just too top-heavy, especially once Shushkin got taken away a couple times and suspended one time. They were just relying way too much on the first and second lines, and now you sort of feel like you feel with that 22 team of, sure, the third and fourth line can go score for you on any given night. So I do think they're better, and the statistics would back that up. They're on pace to break the Bruins record for most points ever in an NHL season. I believe that's 135, and the Avs are on pace for like 138. So this may be, now they have to win the Cup because no one remembers the Bruins team a couple of years ago because they choked in the first round, but this may be, when it's all said and done, the greatest team in NHL history, which is insane, but also not hyperbole.
And it sounds great when it's all going well, and it's hard to poke any holes in what they're doing. Like they really leave you speechless. But let's just play devil's advocate for a second. We all think this is just going to continue, and the wagon is going to roll on and on and on, and we're going to put Dallas and Minnesota in position to play each other first and let the survivor come to the Avalanche in the playoffs in the Western Conference. But is it sustainable when they continue to be a bottom 7-8 team on the power play?
Yeah, that's certainly the weakness right now, and obviously they made a very public coaching change at that position last year after they failed so epically in the playoffs against the Stars on the power play. And unfortunately, Dave Haxtell, who was the old Seattle Kraken coach, hasn't been able to fix it, and it doesn't make really any sense at all. You have McKinnon, Makar, Nichushkin, Necas, Lehkonen, Taves, the list goes on that power play. You've got a big chunk of the best 20, 30 players in the world that with an advantage. Like, they look better at 5-on-5 than 5-on-4, and I can't wrap my mind around why that is. That said, they've shown slight signs of improvement over the last couple weeks, and it's the kind of thing that doesn't need to be peaking in December, especially when you're winning games. It needs to be peaking in April and May and June. So hopefully they still have time. But another wrinkle I'll throw at you guys is this Olympic break. There's two things going on here. One, they're just not going to play an NHL game for 3 weeks. That could throw anyone out of a rhythm. And two, by the way, all their best players are going to be in Italy. So, there's going to be a handful of guys that are kicking their feet up, but McKinnon and Makar and probably Necas and Landeskog and Lehkonen and maybe Wedgwood or Blackwood, you're talking about the core of this team is all going to be playing really intense hockey through the month of February. We saw what the Four Nations generated. I mean, those guys really wanted to win, and that was just an exhibition. This is for a freaking gold medal. These guys are going to be treating specifically the semifinals and the finals like Game 7s of the Stanley Cup. This may be the only chance in their lives they have to take a gold medal. So what does that sort of exhaustion, both mentally and physically, look like come March and early April for the Avs? I mean, the good news is you don't come back from Italy and have to go right into the playoffs. You got 6 weeks of regular season to get your chemistry back together. But I'm happy for the Avs players that get to go pursue gold. Again, that's an opportunity that they may only get once. But at the same time, if there's anything to derail a bandwagon or a wagon type season, it's a random 3-week break that the NHL hasn't seen in 12 years or whenever the last time they let their guys play in the Olympics. So, again, I'm happy to watch Olympic hockey, but as an Avalanche fan, that big old break in February does make you a little nervous as something that could take this train off the tracks.
Will, last one from me here. There's so much to like watching with this Avalanche team. I've become a really big fan of Brock Nelson. Specifically, it feels like in the last 5 to 6 weeks, he's really started to find his stride with this team. How good has he been?
Yeah, he's been excellent, and the reality is they gave up a big package to get him at the deadline last year, John, and they had to pay him. They had no choice. I mean, how many times have we gone through they finally found the second center to replace Nazem Kadri since they won the Cup? There have been like 7 different dudes that we thought were the answer, and finally Nelson appears to be the answer, and you got to give credit where it's due. Chris McFarland had no choice but to pay him, and I thought Nelson was a little underwhelming in the postseason last year. Didn't make a huge impact, but at the same time, you couldn't let him walk. You just had to have faith that, hey, he is going to blend in and build better once he has a full season under his belt to develop that chemistry. And also, I sort of look at him like I look at Marty Necas. Necas knew nothing but the Hurricanes, and when he came here was a bit blindsided. I mean, Nelson had played, a decade with the Islanders? That was literally all that guy knew, and he came to a different team, and people expected instant results because, he's playing with Nathan McKinnon, and I get that line of thinking, but I also think patience is something that matters when these dudes are not used to wearing a different sweater and playing for a new team. And both Necas and Nelson now have contract extensions, and both look happy to be here and comfortable to be here, and it's a totally remade roster. So, yeah, I mean, we're knocking on wood. He keeps the production up, but to finally be able to say they've adequately replaced Nazem Kadri, it wouldn't be a coincidence if that move is the move that ultimately helps them win their first Stanley Cup since Nazem Kadri departed.
Well, appreciate the insight. Just don't tell Dan Jacobs they've adequately replaced Nazem Kadri. He doesn't think it's possible. He thinks it's impossible.
Dude, I go on with Dan, guys, and I love Dan. I mean, Dan's the best, but let me just tell you, I'll go on with Dan. I'll be in a good mood. It's like a Saturday or Sunday morning, and then he'll be like, "So, Will, how about Mikko?" And I'm like, Dan, I'm done talking about me. He's just trying to fire me up. He's just trying to rile me up. I get it. If the Avs play the Stars in the playoffs this year, of course Mikko Rantanen will be a talking point once again. But until that happens, Mikko's like an ex. I'm done talking about my ex. I've moved on. So thank you for no Mikko questions, fellas.
All right, enjoy your few days off from hockey here, and Broncos and Nuggets tomorrow, the rest of the holiday. Will, we appreciate it.
Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
All right, the scrappy one, the scrapster Will Peterson chiming in on the Avalanche wagon that just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. All right, any short week concerns going into Arrowhead? We'll ask that question next.
Did Nikola Jokic just set an NBA record that will never be broken?
That is a record that he is going to put away, retire it, lock it away. Stoke, it's never going to be beaten. I am confident in saying that Nikola Jokic is going to put the all-time assist record by a center in a place where it will never be touched ever again.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, for years I've been telling you at Siltar Motors, you get everything you want out of a dealership. That's especially true this month. It's the Ford end-of-the-year savings event, and it's happening right now at Siltar Motors in Broomfield. 0% financing for up to 60 months, 0 down payment, and no payments for 90 days on select models, including all remaining 2025 F-150s, America's best-selling truck, and Denver's favorite. Siltar is actually 5 big dealerships in one: Ford, Lincoln, Volvo, Mazda, and Maserati. Huge inventory. It's why they're so confident they have
have the car, truck, SUV, or electric vehicle you're looking for. Their service team is on site with Quick Lane for fast maintenance, and they stand behind every vehicle they sell. All this, and you can do all your car shopping and more right on their website at sthmotors.com. Siltahar, locally owned and operated since 1960, 65 years of doing business the right way. It's the Ford end-of-year savings event at Siltahar Motors, sthmotors.com, and conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? Stoke here from my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays are here, man, and it's meant to be joyful. But if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy can be tough on you. If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, this is your year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship. My friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, Jeff and his team, they can get you taken care of. They're the absolute best. They have treatments when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. And they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed, restored relationship. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Winter is officially here, Denver, and Hermes Worldwide is your ride to all action. Whether you're bundling up to cheer on the Broncos at Empower Field or heading downtown to catch an Avs or Nuggets game, make sure you get there on time and in style. This holiday season, let Hermes Worldwide handle your Christmas light tours, festive nights out, and stress-free airport transfers. Skip the traffic, snow, and parking hassles. Ride in warm, comfortable luxury with a professional driver who gets you there safely. Book now at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Middle school, because their program this year had a Beach Boys song from every grade to honor Brian Wilson. So it's kind of cool as a parent that goes to those programs and sits through all of them every year. And, you know, some are better than others. Let's just say when you're doing choir and orchestra and band and everything else, when you get stuff that you've actually heard before and you're familiar, like, shout out Mr. Wright. I appreciated that. That was a good job.
It's very cool. I got a text from my dad. I'm named after John Elway. Not a lot of people know that. I think everybody knows that.
Haven't even watched the documentary.
And I haven't watched it yet. We've had season tickets since '63. My dad went his whole life. He handed me the Broncos or everything. I just get this text from my dad. I just met John Elway at the Breakfast Queen. He was picking up a to-go order as I was leaving. He was really cool and really nice.
Whoa.
My dad met John
Merry
Elway.
Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, so my dad got to meet John Elway on Christmas Eve. Kind of cool because Elway's on this press run right now. The documentary's out. He's out picking up food and talk to my dad.
So in all your time here, have you interviewed him? Have you ever been in the same room with him?
I've been around
the encounters.
At training camp a few years ago, he was going to come over and do an interview with us, and then something came up, and I was going to do it. And I was with Orlando at the time. I was like, I asked the question, and Orlando knew him. You know, Orlando's like, no, go. I know how you are. And then at training camp, I've been around him quite a bit, but I never asked him anything. I'd seen him in an Avs game one time when the Avalanche were in their heyday. He walked by me, and I was like, "What up, John?" And he was cool. He smiled, but that was never spoken to him. I had the opportunity at training camp and stuff, but I'm like, he doesn't want to talk to me, so I kind of left it at that.
Well, open invitation. He's doing the media tour now.
Yeah,
he can come on the show Friday. He can come on the pregame show anytime he wants for the playoffs.
The pregame show presented by John Owen. Yeah, that would be awesome. You know what would be great is to get him on talking about like playing Kansas City in the playoffs. Like if we could do that, the run that they went on, the revenge tour and kind of all of that. So I think that would be, dude, we need to.
I mean, you're his namesake.
I am
named
namesake.
after John Elway.
I am named after John. And look, there's guys, Mark played with him. Maybe Andrew Mason, Marilat's got a lot. Cecil's got a lot. I could sit there for an hour and be like, okay, in this game, what about this? What about this? What about this? I could get them all day with that. So
well, if he happens to be listening, leaving the Breakfast Queen, he just completely shut that idea down right there.
Yeah.
When you said you could go on for an hour, that's not ever going to happen. Not that it was in the first place.
And by the way, everybody, my dad sent me that text. It happened an hour ago. John Elway is long gone from the Breakfast Queen.
Yeah.
Don't go there
don't
thinking
go
you're going to
line
meet
it up.
him.
There's a reason why he picked up a to-go order.
Yeah,
He wasn't going to sit there and have people come beat him down about the documentary and everything else. But if he's in the car, hey, John, you've got the number of the station. Open invitation. Anytime, any show. Well, happy to have you. Promote the documentary. We'll try to watch it today. I will try to watch it today. Get to that. Haven't gotten to it yet. Any concerns about the short week this week on the Broncos side of things? We saw what happened when they played the Raiders on a short week the first time. That was a home game, and they still only managed to squeak it out 10-7. Any concerns now going on the road after really a bit of a shocker, heartbreak for the first time in 3 months with a loss, and now turning around and going to Arrowhead?
Yeah. Concerned just because of kind of those reasons you mentioned. It's the NFL. And weird things happen. You could dominate a game and lose a fluky game. They lost to the Raiders in 2015. They just beat up Derek Carr, but Khalil Mack sacked Brock Osweiler like 5 times. And it ended up being this weird 15-12 game or something weird like that. So, no, there is concern here. Coming off the loss, I think they're pretty dialed in, though. I think they're looking to quickly get their aggression and anxiousness that they feel from that loss. They want to take it out on somebody. They're excited to go out there and hit somebody. But overall, it's the NFL. The Broncos have struggled in unique situations. Andy Reid is still on that other sideline. Chiefs got nothing to lose. They can play spoiler. Yeah, there's concerns there.
After what you've seen from the defense since the bye week, and particularly what you saw in the red zone, what you saw in the middle of the field against Jacksonville, is there any one thing you would like to see shored up, given the fact that they almost get a free spin against number 3 quarterback that's never played before?
The one thing I want to see this defense stop, and it's been a problem all year, there's a couple things. Big crucial plays, third downs. They give up huge chunk 3rd and 15s, 4th and 15. They've allowed teams to convert that all year. And then in recent weeks, Josh Jacobs, you saw it. I forget who scored the touchdown for the Jaguars. Big third downs, 3rd and goals. You let them score.
On the running touchdown.
Was it ATN? They're letting teams in big moments get over on them. So this defense needs to get back to, it's a big play. We're going to dictate the outcome of this, not you. So just overall, no large chunk. And this goes for the last 2 games of the year. But specifically this week, no large chunk plays in critical moments. And once they're inside the 20, don't let them get you on 3rd down into the end zone.
I don't want any red zone touchdowns tomorrow.
That's great.
I think that's a fair expectation against Chris Oladikin and what the Chiefs have left on offense. After giving up 4 for 4 touchdowns on the first 4 trips to the Jags last week, I don't think there should be any red zone touchdowns. I would hope, given the situation and what's on the line, that the Chiefs don't get in the red zone. That would be ideal.
That's kind of the main thing you want, is they just don't even get the opportunity for it.
That would be ideal, but if they do, because there's always random penalty. I mean, you get 2 penalties on a drive, you're in the red zone. The way the kickoff rules are now.
Ask the Jaguars.
Yeah, exactly. It happened last week. It was the same thing, even on the Broncos side of things, right? Stupid penalty was called on the Jags. Next play, 38-yard touchdown run by R.J. Harvey, the same way the Packers did it with the Moss penalty and the Jacobs run. It only takes one 15-yard penalty, and the script gets flipped really quick. I would love to not see the Chiefs in the red zone, but on the off chance that they do get there 3 times, No touchdowns. Absolutely. First and foremost, I understand you're going to have a transition period and you may have some things different with still P.J. Locke being in there and getting situated. Now, especially without Drake Greenlaw in the middle of the field, I understand things are going to be different and you have to adjust and your personnel is a little bit different, but that is the first thing they've got to fix. When Jacksonville went 4 for 4 with touchdowns to start that game, that was a huge red flag, and this week should be a get-right game for the red zone defense.
Yeah, I think just similar to the Bengals game earlier this year, it's a game to get you back on track before a bigger game the following week.
All right, there are other games coming up tomorrow, too, in the NFL and 5 in the NBA. We'll run down the slate, look ahead to make the plan for Christmas Day, how we're going to approach it, and give you a little tease of what's coming up on the Fan Football pregame show. Maybe even check in with the judge if he's kind enough to grace us with his presence before we tap out and get out of here. That's next.
Will the Broncos take care of business in primetime and sweep the Chiefs? We'll break it all down in a special Christmas Day edition of the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at 4 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, the holidays are here. There's a wonderful woman in your life, whether it's your girlfriend, your wife, or your mother, somebody you want to get that special gift for, something really nice, yet you want to still be within your budget. Mark Schlereth here with a terrific idea. This year, give her the gift of rest and relaxation. Give her the gift of Beau Visage Skincare and Spa. They specialize in unbelievable services like European facials, soothing, therapeutic massage, and a whole lot more. But guys, be honest, with all the other spas out there, I can tell you firsthand, man, Beau Visage is as good as it gets. You're not just buying a massage or a facial or whatever the case may be. You're buying a great service from a luxurious spa that's going to treat you right. They just do it better than anybody else. You'll never go wrong getting a gift certificate from Beau Visage. This year, give her the gift of rest and relaxation. Give her the gift of Beau Visage. 303-779-5002 or online at bvspa.com. Again, 303-779-5002 or bvspa.com.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
After a car accident, you might wonder, do I really need a lawyer? But at Postman Law, we go beyond the courtroom. We're your single point of contact for insurance, medical bills, and doctors. Get the outcome you deserve without the headache.
Call 844-POSTMAN, attorney advertising.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with zero down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. Zero down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
It is a go time. Time to host parties. The kids are home from school, parents, in-laws. This is your time to shine. Don't let plumbing problems interfere with your fun. Copperhead Plumbing is who I use and recommend to my guys here at the Fan. Stoke, Stink, Cecil, they've all been helped out by Copperhead Plumbing in recent months. Still time to schedule some preventative maintenance before the holiday crunch. Water heater tune-up, no cold showers for your guests. With more cooking and cleaning on tap during the holidays, schedule drain and disposal maintenance to prevent clogs. Also, pipe inspection so potential leaks don't become major headaches when they freeze. I recommend Copperhead Plumbing because they're locally and family owned. Since 2007, there's a commitment to doing business the right way, on time, courteous, thorough, with outstanding communication throughout the entire work order. Go to CopperheadPlumbingInc.com, get a coupon for a free service call. Also, check out their different financing options, and remember them in case any plumbing issue pops up over the holidays. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance is here. Their sleep experts will help find your dream bed from a quality selection. They make sleep easy.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Of all the, yeah.
Oh, Christmas
Turned
in
it over to
Hollis.
you.
The very
Christmas
first
in
one we
Hollis.
played,
There
Run
we go.
DMC.
Oh, okay.
That takes the cake.
There we go.
So he started with the best and worked down from there. All right. All right. No, I probably have to agree right off the top of my head. But he did pick the winners today. Alex Becker spinning the hits. We'll see him on an FM music station pretty soon. Besides the board here for us.
Just on Christmas, though.
Yeah, just on Christmas.
Just for his Christmas playlist.
We are wrapping things up. Chad Andrus, John Davis with Alex behind the glass. The Judge, Dan Jacobs, coming up next as we continue throughout your Christmas Eve with a full slate, full lineup today, taken throughout the day. And we will be on tomorrow for your fan football pregame. Mike Rice will be on starting at 2 o'clock for a couple hours, and then John and I 4 to 6, leading you up into Broncos Chiefs at Arrowhead for this one. Big slate of games tomorrow. Obviously, we know what we're focused on here, primarily the Broncos and what's on the line. Nuggets also have Timberwolves at home. That's going to be a late one. Boy, we got to watch that tomorrow night and then turn around and be here Friday morning. That's gonna be
the game will end and then we'll be here. So,
yeah, I've done that before, believe it or not, in my youthful days.
Wow.
A late night show or reporting duty with tape to come to the studio and then just wait till I was on in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
But there were also shows back in the day that would start at 5 a.m. instead
Right.
of 6 a.m.
Right.
So, it's not the best. It's not, it's not the best. Boy, the network's paying for the early Christmas games really got taken for a ride here. They are not getting value. They are definitely paying full standard retail price for their NFL tomorrow with the Cowboys, Commanders, Lions, Vikings, Broncos, Chiefs. What looked like a banger lineup if you looked at it before the season started with what could be on the line. Now it's like, any of these games matter?
All three divisions are basically they're figured out, right? I don't know if the Eagles and the Bears have outright clinched their divisions.
Well, I mean, you better knock on wood saying the Broncos division is figured out.
And the Broncos too. Well, yeah, that one I know. But I was pointing to those. So,
in terms of Cowboys, Commanders, Lions, Vikings, they play no role in their division.
Right. None of those teams are winning their division that play tomorrow. Other than the Broncos are the only team playing tomorrow with that in sight. The Broncos are the only team playing tomorrow most likely making the playoffs unless something happens for the Lions.
Correct. The Cowboys are out. Vikings are out. Chiefs are out. Commanders are out.
Yeah, so the Lions need help. So the Broncos have the most on the line in the NFL tomorrow. Here in Denver, we're really excited about it. I don't know if nationwide everybody's going to be gathering around the Christmas tree to watch the Broncos play whatever the Chiefs trot out there tomorrow night. So, yeah, Amazon had that $150 billion for this game tomorrow night feel. They don't care.
You excited about the Nuggets and the Wolves with that late start?
Yeah. Well, remember a month ago, Saturday night, the Nuggets beat the Timberwolves. Sunday, the Broncos beat the Chiefs. So I was like, we're going to run this back on Christmas. Always excited to beat the Wolves. We beat them twice this year. The first game, they didn't have Ant. The second game, the Nuggets were missing Aaron Gordon. I think it was right after Gordon got hurt. I want to continue to see that the Nuggets are not intimidated by the Timberwolves any longer like they had been the past few years.
It's probably going to take a extra special Jokic performance.
Yeah, the Wolves just beat the Thunder.
Also, if Cam
rolling.
Johnson joins the infirmary with Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown, and you're expected to beat Minnesota, who has been a thorn in the side up until the start of this year.
Cam's not playing.
You're going to need something special.
Yeah, Cam's not going to play
in that game.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Thunder. The Spurs and the Thunder are essentially playing back-to-back. Well, I mean, they have today in between, but the Spurs blew them out last night by 20, and they go to Oklahoma City tomorrow. They're playing again. That's the marquee game on the NBA slate with those dogbutt NFL games during the day. Like 12:30 Mountain Time tomorrow, you can watch basketball at the highest level with actually two teams that are ahead of the Nuggets in the Western Conference.
Boy, you expect the Thunder to come out and kind of beat the brakes off of them.
They're going
tomorrow.
to wallop them.
They're going to beat them so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're 0-2 against them, and they have 4 losses, and 2 of them are to the Spurs. Yeah.
This is going to be like the Rockets to the Nuggets last Saturday, where it was like, come hell or high water, the Rockets were going to win that basketball game. If it took everything they had, that's going to be the Thunder tomorrow with the Spurs.
Yeah. How many fouls are going to get called in that game?
0 on the Thunder.
Wemby won't start and he'll have 3 in the first quarter.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Rockets-Lakers also
That's a good one.
Importance in the Western Conference.
That's a good one.
Cooper Flagg trying to follow up his domination of the Nuggets last night, playing at the Warriors. 2 bad teams, but good players involved. And it all starts with Cavaliers and Knicks in the morning. I know the NBA has traditionally been a big thing on Christmas. I don't feel like I've ever been able to give my full attention to the games. It's just always on in the background.
I think
that's kind of what it
games.
is for most people.
Yeah, I've even had trouble with Nuggets games giving my full attention on Christmas just because there's things going on. It's different, but it has always been good in the background because, as you kind of point out, passing the time with your kids, seeing a movie on Christmas Eve. Other than the day is boring, you can't go anywhere. You're just hanging out with people all day. Luckily, you and I get to leave and come do this tomorrow, but I
have to spend our time with the family all day.
But it's
get out of there.
The Christmas season is more exciting than the day, I've always felt.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty strongly that a nap is going to happen at some point during the day. Problem is they put that Spurs Thunder game right in the middle.
I'm going to watch that. Yeah.
And if I watch that, by the time it's over, I need to be here to start pregame. So depending on how early my day starts, it might be like a 10 a.m. nap.
Yeah, you're going to wake up, open presents. Well, you're getting up at 3:30, 4 a.m. from your daughter.
Probably at least for one kid. The other two, the teenagers now might not have any interest. They might not start till 11 o'clock in the morning. But I may already have been up, opened presents, had breakfast, had coffee, went and taken a nap before they get up for the first
Well, that's
time.
your thing. 4 a.m. presents, 8 a.m. nap. 10 a.m. the other two are up, and then you're good to go.
Also, one thing that we are going to effort to try to squeeze in, it's probably going to have to be today, given tomorrow's schedule, and then turning around for the morning show Friday, because John and I, Alex, will all be back here on Friday morning. We're going to give it our best effort to get in on the Elway documentary so we can do a full breakdown on that on Friday's show, in addition to your Broncos-Chiefs reaction, which hopefully is nothing really all that exciting or engaging. Hopefully it's a ho-hum 20-6 win. They get out of there, move ahead, and we look ahead to what the Chargers and the Texans are going to be doing to one another, which is another game we're going to be previewing on Friday.
Yep, that's happening Saturday.
So, fan football pregame show tomorrow. That is going to be starting at 4 o'clock. Don't forget, Mike Rice will be here in the mid-afternoon to kick off all of your football festivities. That starts at 2 o'clock, Mike 2 to 4, then John and I from 4 to 6 up until kickoff, which, again, no Dre Greenlaw in this one. No Pat Bryant, we're assuming, in this one. Concussion protocol. There's just no reason why you would even attempt to have him cleared in that one. It looks like they might get a couple other guys back out there and feeling good, like Justin Strnad or Kareem Reed again. I wouldn't expect Nate Atkins to play. And I hope Luke Wattenberg plays. That would be the one big question mark that would really change things quite a bit on the offensive line, especially for the Chargers if he ends up not being available, but did not practice yesterday. All right, that wraps things up for us on this edition of the program. Again, tomorrow pregame, Friday morning show. Have a great Christmas Eve. Mele Kalikimaka, everybody.
Will the Broncos avoid the upset against a struggling Chiefs team? We'll react live in Denver and Kansas City during the Fan Football Postgame Show. Live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. Are you a first-time home buyer? Are you trying to lower your existing mortgage payment? Do you need cash from your equity? For most people, getting a mortgage means endless paperwork and weeks of anxiety. But with Cake Mortgage, our process is simple, fast, and hassle-free. Whether you're purchasing, refinancing, or looking to tap your home's equity, our team guides you step by step so you always know what's next. Our thousands of 5-star customer reviews will tell you no one can do what Cake can. So stop stressing and start saving fast with Cake. your fresh-baked cake home mortgage is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com. To learn more now.
You know that feeling when you catch a glimpse in the mirror and think, hey, I look 10 years younger. That's what happens when you stop dieting and start doing Soda weight loss.
If you're ready to feel stronger, healthier, and yes, look and feel 10 years younger, this is your moment.
Sign up now and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985. Macy's Backstage is inside your Macy's store where you can find last-minute gifts for under $20. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. Find a location at macy'sbackstage.com.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Let's rock and roll.
Colin's trying to put me in a bad mood starting off with that song, but then he redeemed it.
You looked at me like I didn't know what I was doing, Mr. Jacobs.
I know. It's like, what are you doing? We hate that song.
This is also All Alone for Christmas, much like you are on the show at this moment. Everyone's got doubles today.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting in with you, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you're here. You're here. You'll be Colin Zanker behind the glass. You'll be riding shotgun with me the whole show. We're on for the next 4 hours. Christmas Eve. And in fact, Colin, get ready. You have your own segment at 11 a.m. It's our travel segment, and I have a question for you.
We're going to get it in.
So we'll do that at 11. But yes, Dan Jacobs here with you for the next 4 hours. Want to hear from you. In just a moment, I was back and forth whether I should do this or not. I kind of feel like I should do it, but I could also get in some trouble for doing it. And so I think I'm going to do it. I'll get to that in a second. But in the meantime, I'm going to steal a page out of John and Chad's book. I want to know your best Christmas traditions. Also, the best Christmas present you've ever received, which for me is hands down. I tell the story every year. I don't know how my grandmother knew this, because I, as a kid, didn't even know how friggin' cool this gift was. But when I was a young man, God, maybe 8 or 9 years old,